Typical fear. Fucking brilliant.
Chapter 6.
Welcome back, folks, to the oddly cozy, spooky time with B. With me, B. Yeah, that's it. All right, we're gonna start off chapter 6 here. I don't. Oh, being on the right monitor helps. Here we go. Let's try
Through
it
thick
again.
and thin.
Uh
Despite Luca's bitterness, Gran was right. He needed to hash things out with Rollo.
he did.
A big fight changes the nature of a friendship. Whether, in the end, it is for the better or for the worse, all comes down to understanding. If one is not careful, the same familiarity that builds the strongest of bonds can become the wrecking ball that shatters them.
Oh yeah. I remember this because yesterday or Saturday I started screaming. You came in like a wrecking ball. I will save you from that today, only because I don't think my brain can handle it. Let's go.
Luca emerged from seclusion, taking in the crisp festival air. But the events of the day weren't on his mind. He had to find Rollo.
That's right. We gotta find our besties. Um, I don't remember where anything else because it's been 2 days. Oh yeah, this is Dead Dad. Okay. There you are, Luca. Rollo wanted me to tell you something. What is it?
Roxy rolled her eyes, shaking her head.
Sigh. A space adventure, though you needn't buy it. If ye be brave, go somewhere quiet. Obviously the library. I got that from the very first part when he said you didn't have to buy it, but it's fine. Oh, Roxy, I don't. It's a riddle, Luca. My goofy little brother wants you to find
Luca
him.
looked down and kicked at the dirt.
Look, I know you two had a fight. Only thing more annoying than my little brother is my little brother without his best friend. So I'm doing him this one favor. Now I need one favor from you. Whatever it is that went down between you two, squash it. Get the fuck over it, kid. Yeah. And yeah, that leads out of town. So, oh, look how exciting! They got drinks. How goes the beetle hunt? Pretty rotten. I haven't seen so much as an I'm gonna just skip that. Okay. And it's not just the beetles. This morning I couldn't find any critters at all. It's like everything that buzzes or skitters just packed up and left. I'm sure they're out there somewhere. No, babe, they've turned into zombies. Maybe all the commotion at the festival just spooked them. Yeah, maybe that's it. It's not it. Okay, welcome to our festival. Don't forget to come back later for Mr. Kerr's speech. And I don't know what. Don't want to miss it. Unique New York, unique New York, unique New York. Oh, don't mind me. I'm just warming up for my big ceremonial speech.
Mr. Kerr pointed to his grinning mouth.
Gotta limber up the old drop box. Nervous? Oh, heavens, no. Well, break a leg. Give me the gift. Can I pop those? Oh, can I run and jump? No, I can't. I know who the perennial harvest thinks they're impressing with this ridiculous festival. Totally. This town's still falling apart. The weather's still cruddy, and the season's harvest looks like it's just gonna be worse than last year's. You said it. No amount of corporate pandering is gonna change any of that. Exactly. But lemonade at the drink stand up there does look pretty tasty. Fizz. I'm still gonna be mad at them. I'd just rather be mad while sipping some delicious lemonade, is it? Okay, well that's fair. Oh wait. I'm just gonna look cool hanging out. This is my hangout spot. Okay. Ain't moving. You go, bro. You go. Every single time. Yup. Wait for it. Unexplained sound once again noted. Like clockwork. What a bunch of drones.
Jeff was staring into the distance with a wistful look.
Still think he's Jane. Oh, yeah, everything's fine. I mean, it used to be fun. Just ain't right these days, you know? I really do, actually.
Jeff turned to Luca with a furrowed brow, then gave an understanding nod.
You do, don't you?
For a moment, the two now shared that same wistful gaze.
Yeah, we're looking wistful. Alright, that's enough wisting. Most welcoming of welcomes. Would you like to share your thoughts? You We always strive to improve. Nope. Not even kinda. This is the first time I've seen this many smiling faces since the foul harvest. I had my doubts about the perennial harvest, but I must admit they do put on a nice party. See, they really should be like smoking or something back here. Hey, Luca, how's Griffin doing? What? Oh, nothing.
Sariel became flesh.
Just pretend like I didn't say anything. I don't even know who that is. Oh my god, for once we don't actually hear what she's reading? That's a bummer. What about you? Piper, you're actually taking a break from studying. I want to see what the festival fuss was about. I can't help but notice you still brought your backpack full of books. Good backpacks can carry a lot more than just books. True, true. So what you got in there? Books. Yeah, I mean, I knew that was gonna happen, right? You knew that was gonna happen. I was able to return the Perennial Harvest safety suit you borrowed. Oh. I don't think anyone noticed. Good. Now will you tell me what you needed it for? It was a favor for an enemy of my enemy. This isn't gonna harm Mr. Kerr, is it? All you need to know is that it's for the good of the family. So she was the one in the suit that murdered you the first time? That's messed up, okay? Like, she killed a person. Alright, technically I guess that's closed. Got a question for you. What do you think this whole festival is for? The way I figured, Perennial Harvest is trying to win over the town. Like a bride, but with balloons. Cynical. I like where your head's at. That's what I assumed at first too, until I eavesdropped over a couple of those gossipy clipboards. What if I choose this whole thing is really a special shindig for some super secret guest of honor? A special guest? Who? I haven't dug that deep yet. Whoever it is, PH thinks they're a big deal. Interesting. The library, somewhere quiet. Yeah, no duh, my friend, no duh. Hey, Luca.
Kato's eyes lit with excitement.
I've been expecting you. Bravo on deciphering the first riddle. Solve the riddle, baby. The first. Yeah, we're sorry. Oh, you didn't think that was all, did you? Rolo does go all out, doesn't he?
Kato straightened up and cleared his throat as if preparing to sing.
Ahem. Oh, Planet Farple, you may take issue. When the fifth king dies, you'll need a tissue.
Kato stared at Luca eagerly.
Get it? You want me to tell you? No, that's okay. Let me figure it out. Alright, when you find it, bring it here to be verified. And if you decide you want a hint, the offer still stands. Hey, Jace. Still working through the newest Hank Atomic? You know it. Some fascinating canon toward the end. Did you know Hank Atomic's shrink-o-ray doesn't technically shrink stuff? It uses inverse quantum particle decay to literally grow the entire universe around the object, leaving the object unaltered. So it looks shrunk compared to everything else. Bingo. That's wild. But Jace, no spoilers, please. Alright, sorry.
Luca grabbed The Modern Science of Atomic Radiation from the shelf.
Once you've got the book, you can either bring it here to me or just grab a different one. Oh, okay, I see.
Luca grabbed Natural Photography, Volume 5, from the shelf.
Well, that is number 5, but...
Luca grabbed The Adventures of Hank Atomic, issue number 4, from the shelf. Luca grabbed The Adventures of Hank Atomic, issue number 5, from the...
That's the one. That's the one we need, friends. Ah, you
Kato
found
removed his
it.
book from the desk and replaced it with Luca's, turning on the lamp. As he slid the book under the purple light, 2 words glowed. The Adventures of Hank Atomic, issue 5. Luca clicked his tongue with recognition.
Rollo's cipher pen. He used to write secret messages everywhere with that. And only I had the special flashlight needed to reveal it. But I lost it. Apparently, he traded Jeff for his purple light bulb. Perhaps with his entire Halloween candy stash. Oh, Rollo. Now let's see here.
Kato began flipping through the pages, stopping when he hit a glowing word.
Get away with such a grift.
He continued flipping.
Only found in Grub. Cart.
Reaching the end of the book, Kato looked up.
That's it. Grift in Grub Cart. Griffin Grub Cart. Ah, he wants me to go to Griffin's snack stand. Ah, brilliant. I guess you're off then? Good luck with the rest of the scavenger hunt. Thanks, Kato. Oh, maybe that little, how's he doing? Moment was just for that. Because everyone's at the festival. Melon kicker. Find a way to kick a melon? Oh my god. I don't even know how I kicked it. I just pressed the... Ugh, you know, it doesn't matter. Hey, Griffin. Did Rollo come?
Before Luca could finish his sentence, Griffin handed him a corn dog.
Oh, that's it? Bought and paid for. Enjoy. I thought there was supposed to be some riddle or something.
Luca shrugged, taking a sizable bite out of the corn dog.
Yeah, it's cold. Yeah, that one's been sitting here for a while. Rollo wanted to be sure to give you that one specifically. Well, that's
Luca
just...
tongued at his cheeks, feeling something rough between. He reached into his mouth and pulled out a slip of paper.
Oh, come on.
He shook off the bits of corn dog to read the slip.
A pickup when you need some pep. Near the fountain, up the step.
Luca finished off the remainder of the corn dog.
This is getting to be a whole thing. Did you know that Beacon Pines is actually unincorporated? A lot of people don't know that. Yeah, wow, I didn't know that. What's that mean? It means the most public works are handled internally. We do all the pipelines, the water treatment, the building regulations. Oh, that's great. Census taking. emergency services. It means there's no oversight, bud. There you are, Luca. There's no way I'm actually doing this. This is way below my pay grade. Oh, come on, you big stiff. Let the kids have some fun. Fine. But Rolo owes me one.
Lumi waved his hands around sarcastically as he began.
What takes flight but has no wings? Your final task of friendship brings. See, that wasn't so hard. Ugh, I feel cheapened somehow. I think it's sweet. Your final task is the friendship rings. Good luck, Luca. That's why she was like, have you talked to Griffin yet? Oh, hey. 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 Did you find the comic book? Yep. You got the corn dog? Yeah. Well then. I know it doesn't make up for what I said, but here, you've earned this.
Rolo sheepishly handed Luca the balloons.
Thanks. You didn't have to go to all this trouble. I'm sorry I got so mad. Dang it, you're supposed to let me apologize first. Oh, sorry. Now you've apologized twice before me. Just let me do this. Luca, I'm really sorry. With everything that's happened with your mom and all, always wanted to be there for you. To be a good friend, you know? And when you said you were hanging out with someone else, well, I could have freaked out. Yeah, you did. Rolo. Still my turn! I feel like if you needed some new friend to help you, and it meant I wasn't good enough, but that was selfish and wrong. I was wrong. I'm sorry, Luca. Okay, apology over. Now you can talk.
Luca threw himself at Rolo, hugging him as tightly as he could.
Rolo, I don't deserve you. I don't deserve you either. That's why we deserve each other. So, what else do you want to do today? We can snoop around and try to find some more info about your mom. Snoop where? We could probably sneak into Perennial Harvest HQ while everyone's at the festival. Aren't you curious about all the stuff those clipboards write down? If we get caught, I think I've had enough excitement for 1 week. Let's just make out the rest of the day about us. Really? Yeah, the rest of the world can wait one more day. You know, I've been waiting to get some work done on the MCDC at Mission Control. The aim is a bit unpredictable. That sounds perfect. Oh wait, this is the wrong way. We gotta go this way, right? Look, bouncy, 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 bouncy. Look at the balloons just bouncing, 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 bouncing. Oh my goodness. Wait, did I go the wrong way? I did go the wrong way. Where the hell is the... Well. Now I have to remember where the darn tootin' thing is. Ooh, I finally got the one to go up that tree. That's nice. Flight or fight, and we got the tickle. We still have to finish Rumble, though. Okay. I have to remember which way to freaking go. Oh wait, it's up this way, isn't it? hey buddy, what's up? Did you hear? After Mr. Kerr gives his big speech, they're gonna have a big annual biggest catch competition. As long as a boot qualifies as a catch, I'm a shoo-in. Good luck. Oh, I almost forgot. I ran into your gran this morning. She asked me to give this to you.
Rollo handed Luca an unopened letter.
I'll wait for you inside if you want to read it now. A letter?
Luca, some things are going to happen that might be difficult for you to understand. If I am honest, I hardly understand them myself. But whatever happens, I need you to know that I love you. None of this is fair to you. You have already lost so much. We both have. I wish there was a simpler way forward. But if there is, I haven't thought of it. God knows I've tried. Everything I've done, I did for you.
His grandma is actually his mom.
I hope someday you can accept that. Love, Gran.
I love you too, Gran.
Luca folded the paper into his pocket and headed up the ladder.
What's up with the letter? Anything you want to talk about? Maybe later. Sure, whenever you want. You know, you really didn't have to go to the trouble just to apologize. I know. We were looking forward to the festival for weeks. And I ruined everything with my big mouth. This was the best way I could make sure you still had a good time without me. Rollo.
Luca was at a loss for words, but that was fine. Words aren't always necessary.
The festival seemed nice. Was it nice? We can still go. Nah, this is fine. Well, there's always next year.
Sadly, this was untrue. A distant rumble shook the treehouse.
Huh? What was that? Oh man, we missed the fireworks.
It was not fireworks.
Uh-oh. Okay, I can't handle all of this, foretold
It
and
was something
stuff.
the boys couldn't possibly comprehend. Something as old and cruel as time itself.
The big chill? That's not good.
A shockwave of cold tore through the room. A bitter, unfathomable chill. Before they could react, it encased them in ice. Two boys, reunited by friendship, only to be cruelly separated by a malevolence beyond reason. And so, our story ends on this melancholy scene. In a silent treehouse turned statuary, in a town brought low by its secrets, sits a pair of friends, alone, together, for the rest of time. The end.
Well, that's a bummer. Okay, Beacon Pines, you're just super bumming me out today.
No, that can't be the ending. It simply can't. I won't accept it, and I hope you won't either. There are more endings, more possibilities. I can feel it. We are just going to have to sort through them all until we find the one that fits.
Well, that was the end of the rumble in the jungle, apparently. Okay. So let's do... No. Oh yeah, bust out this tickle. Bust out the tickle.
Well, time to bust out the tickles.
Hey Tish, wanna see something cool? Yup. Check it.
Beck lunged forward and began to tickle under Tish's arms.
What the? Tish, is she tickling you? Yup. Yeah.
Tears began to form in Tish's eyes as she gasped for breath between gales of laughter. Beck redoubled her efforts until Tish finally had had enough.
What just happened? She seems nice. Sorry for the interruption. I think you were threatening us?
Iggy's eyes darted around, a realization dawning on his face that he was now outnumbered.
I just remembered. I have somewhere to be. See you around, new kid.
Iggy kicked at the puddle before making his escape.
Whoa. What a little creep. Beck, I think you've got a little ooze in your hair.
Beck shook the ooze out of her hair as best as she could.
Is it bad? Depends on what your feelings are about having a more matured, refined look. Oh, God.
Chapter 4. The Best Policy. Luca paused for a moment, catching his breath. He'd only just met Beck, and somehow he already managed to drag her into this mess. Hopefully he could make it up to her. But finding Rollo was his primary concern.
Valentine Fertilizer Company. Looks old. Luca, what the hell are you doing out here? And why did a kid with gray hair just run past us in a panic?
Roxy and Fitz looked drained. It was clear they'd spent all day searching.
That's Beck. Don't care who she is. What happened? We were just helping look for Rollo. Luca, I need you to start telling me the truth.
Roxy's temper could often be dismissed as the impatience of an older sibling. But this was the most intense Luca had ever seen her. Her eyes were wild and unfocused, looking straight through Luca.
We're running out of time.
In a torrent of rambled words and tears, Luca broke down.
Rollo and I weren't just playing in the Weep Wood yesterday. We were investigating lights at the old Valentine warehouse. But someone was there in a strange suit. And we hid in a dumpster and had a heavy bag dropped on us. And I think it was a body. And when we ran, we got split up. And I ran home. And it was all my fault. Now my best friend may never come back. Wow. Just wow.
Roxy, still exhausted and angry, softened briefly as her eyes hunted the ground in thought. With a determined sigh, she looked up at Luca.
It's not your fault, Luca. Rollo's gonna be okay, I promise.
Roxy drew herself up.
I'm gonna fix this. Luca, go home. But I want to help. It's too dangerous for a kid. But I can't just sit around. I have to do something.
Roxy tried to think of the safest place to send Luca.
Go back to that little treehouse you two like to play in. Wait there in case Rollo shows up. Sounds like a plan?
Luca wiped his cheeks and gave a quick nod.
You can dig. You did the right thing telling me the truth. Now scoot. Scoot your boot. You really believe his story? What other option do we have? Things have been strange around here leading up to the festival. My dad has been acting weird lately. Well, weirder than normal.
Looking into the puddle, Roxy rubbed her arms to warm up.
Why is it so cold here? This place gives me the willies. Wait at the tree house in case Rollo shows up. No one to talk to.
Mr. Nuncree jumped with a start.
Whoa, don't stick up on an old fella like that.
Sorry? Who were you talking to? What?
Luca motioned to the phone booth.
Oh, no. I was just checking because I thought I heard it ring. But the dang thing never does, of course. Yeah, I've never seen anyone use it, really. The whole thing's a waste of money, if you ask me. Any word from Rollo yet? Not yet? Long time for a boy to lose his way. Rollo knows those woods too well to get lost. I suppose you're right. silly boy's antics have this whole town worried sick. Uh-oh, this is not good music. Antics? We all know Rolo likes to play his little pranks. You think this is a prank? What other possible explanation could there be? He's not playing a prank and he didn't get lost. Someone took him, I know it. How would you know that? Unless... Lucas, or something else you know?
Mr. Nuncreed gently placed one of his substantial hands on Luca's shoulder.
Dang it, boy, if there's something you know, something that could help your friend, you need to tell folks.
Luca peered up at Mr. Nuncreed. Kind eyes warmed a stern face.
Don't trust him.
There was a deeper emotion hiding beneath it all. It was subtle, but Luca could sense something eating away at him.
There was a blank. Shame? Oh, that's all we got. That's all the choices we got.
There was a shame lurking behind those eyes. A deep sadness. If Mr. Nuncreed was that worried about Rolo, maybe he could help.
Oh, we were messing around. Oh, she's gonna tell everybody now, aren't we? Goodness gracious, little man.
Mr. Nuncreed raised an eyebrow.
Both of you? You were with Roller when he went missing? Not exactly. I was hiding in the dumpster. The dumpster? What were you doing in there? At first we were just looking around. And then someone in a strange yellow suit came and dumped something on us. We both got scared and ran. That was the last I saw of him. You got scared by some garbage? Well, that's why you don't go skulking in someone's dumpster. But it wasn't garbage. I think it was a body. I'm sure it was just some trash. No, there was a name tag. It said Deep Engineering.
Mr. Nuncreed's shoulders slumped.
I wish you wouldn't have said that.
A deep sigh bellowed from his chest.
Yep, I knew he was not to be trusted. Why did you have to? I tried, Luca. God knows I tried to keep you safe.
Luca attempted to take a step back, but Nuncreed's hand clamped down on his shoulder.
But you Van Horn just can't help yourself, can you? We were all so close. So close to being done with this.
With a firm shove, Nuncreed manhandled Luca into the phone booth.
What are you doing? It's out of my hands now.
The door latched shut with a mechanical hiss.
Shit.
As Luca pounded the glass, the floor dropped from under his feet. The inside of the phone booth was now a loose capsule plummeting at gravity's whim. Luca winced and pressed his hands to the walls. As he braced for impact, the capsule hurried to a surprisingly smooth stop. He felt a cold rush of air and opened his eyes with hesitance. Two large figures in hazmat suits occluded his view. Luca heard the deep, resigned voice of Mr. Nuncreed over an intercom. He knows too much. The end. Wait. No. This isn't the end. I know there's still much more. Somehow this went wrong. Okay, let's try something else.
Windows to the soul. I knew he was a weirdo. Okay, let's try fight. Flight.
Luca drew himself up and decided to take the only option they had left. Flight. He squinted down the barrel of the mission control defense cannon, aiming it through an opening in the dense tree branches. He looked up with surprise as it struck true and taut.
Wow, I can't believe that worked. Hey, Mr. Kerr. We'd love to hear your thoughts, but I'm afraid we have places to be. Come on, Iggy. Yeah, there, jerks. Fine. We know where that leads them. This way. We'll take the tunnels.
Luca and Iggy winced as they sprinted through the thicket. The branches clawed at them, reluctant to give passage. After what felt like a marathon, Luca stopped in his tracks as they reached the clearing. What the? That was all he was able to say before Iggy slammed into his back. The boys tumbled down a steep decline and crashed with a wheezing thud on a surface as hard as ice. In fact, it was ice. Chapter 5. Signs. They stood silently, catching their breath. The sky was like sapphire. With each breath, a plume of steam escaped from Luca's lungs. Let's keep moving. Luca pulled Iggy to his feet as they gazed across the snowy terrain.
Well, that was actually pretty badass. I think we lost him. Are we up in the mountains? I don't think so. If anything, we went downhill. And what's up with a winter wonderland? All I know is that there's no one going back the way we came. Let's see if we can get our bearings. Follow me. Find a way home.
A disc of smooth metal was lightly covered in snow. 2 faint seams were visible along the surface.
A manhole cover? If it is, I've never seen one like it. What's the readout? Sitting just above 280 Kelvin. 258 Kelvin, excuse me. Yeah, it's just down a bit from last time. We should report this to Mr. Kerr. Meh. Still within safe ranges. It may be spreading, but it's under control for now. Even a small nudge in equilibrium could cause a cascade. Dude, relax. Just a few more sites to hit before we can punch out. Let's get this over with. What's all this? Hard to say with all the snow. I think it's a town sign. I can almost make the letters under... What town could this even be? There isn't a town this deep in Weepwood. I'm looking at evidence to the contrary. Let's figure out what we're dealing with here. Step 1, snow's gotta go. I can see what I can do. I am gonna run straight at it. Oh wait, here we go. Okay, pick up a snowball. Alright, dude. There's not a lot of aiming in this game. There we go. Beacon Pines,
The boys
bitches.
stared in disbelief at the sign that now clearly read, "Welcome to Beacon Pines."
That doesn't make any sense. We're in Beacon Pines. How is that possible? We ran away from town. Now how do we get back here? I guess we got turned around? Where did all this snow come from? Well, it has been colder than normal lately. There's a pretty big difference between sweater weather and this Arctic hellscape. I mean, the kid's got a point. The puddle we fought at before. There, it was cold too. Maybe it all leads to one source. You think it's related? What the hell is going on? We're gonna get some answers. We're gonna get you some answers. Let's keep moving. Alright, let's go back. Oh wait, no, go back. Luca, are you there?
Luca had almost forgotten the walkie-talkie he was carrying.
It's the Bozo Kerr. I hope nothing bad has happened to you out in those woods.
Luca looked at Iggy with hesitation.
No need to be rude.
With a resigned sigh, Luca responded.
It seems like the only dangerous things in this wood is you. He speaks the young man of the hour. I Now, how in tarnation did you end up with one of our radios? Just lucky, I guess. Boy, howdy, you Van Horns are full of surprises, aren't you? You knew my parents? I never had the honor of meeting your father, but your mom sure was a handful.
Luca winced, shoving the walkie-talkie back into his pocket.
We gotta keep moving. Oh, wait, this is like his dad's grave, isn't it? Oh, that's crazy. Okay. This stuff look familiar to you? Looks like the barrel near the puddle I, shoved me into? Yeah. It's all frozen.
Looking down at the frozen stream, Luca could faintly see a school of minnows encased in the ice.
Whatever happened here, it happened fast. Fish didn't even have time to run. Or, you know what I mean, swim run.
The crunching of footsteps trailing Luca went hush. He looked back to see Iggy's face twisted with confusion.
Everyone's gone. What? There's like nothing here but more snow. There must be an explanation for all this. We have to keep looking. You can look all you want. I quit. Iggy, we have to keep going. You don't get it, do you? This isn't one of your pathetic Hank Atomic stories. We aren't going to save the day. We aren't even going to save ourselves. My face is mangled. This town is destroyed. And everyone we've ever known is gone. We don't know that. You can't just quit. Do whichever you want. I'm done. Iggy, it's gonna be okay.
Luca peered upward at the darkening sky. He let out a long, foggy breath. Faintly, Iggy began to cry. Seeing Iggy in such a pathetic state gave Luca a sense of compassion and more than a little guilt.
It is getting pretty late, I think. Probably not a great idea to stumble around in the dark anyway.
Luca allowed himself to collapse next to Iggy.
Let's just rest for a bit.
The boys huddled together for warmth and comfort. If not for exhaustion, their minds would be racing, trying to make sense of the events of the day. As it was, all they had energy for was to sit in silence, numb.
The way the snow covered everything over, it's kind of calming. Yeah. I haven't had time to say it, but thanks. Huh? For getting us away from those creeps. I sort of froze up back there. Iggy, I should be the one apologizing. This all happened because I lost my temper. Nah, that's bull hockey. First of all, you didn't know what that gun would do. You didn't, right? Of course not. And second, stop with that baloney about losing your temper. But I did lose my temper.
Iggy motioned sarcastically to his half-deformed face.
Obviously. But that's exactly what you should have done. Huh? I was being a horse's ass. And you're supposed to be a horse's ass in response. That's how it works. Iggy, I'm having a hard time following. But if you wanted me to fight you? Of course. Jeez, you goody-goody types take forever to understand the very basic point. Why would you go around saying cruel things trying to get into fights?
Iggy shrugged.
It's something to do. You're an asshole because you're bored? Sometimes I just feel empty. You wouldn't understand. You and Rollers are always having a blast together. Laughing and calling the dinky little treehouse mission control.
Iggy now wept openly.
Perfect little Luca Van Horn. This perfect little life. My life is not perfect. Everyone in town likes you. Not everybody. Oh, that new girl hasn't even unpacked yet. She's even likes you. You have Tish.
He wiped his nose with a sleeve.
I love Tish. Tish is great. But she ain't exactly the world's greatest conversationalist, you know?
Luca gave a warm chuckle.
I get that impression.
Iggy cleared his throat as he wiped his eyes.
Must be raining out here. Definitely.
Iggy arched into a wide yawn.
We should probably try to get some sleep. Yeah. Let's lay low for now. Tomorrow we'll go through the bottom of all this.
Luca's eyelids began to slowly drift shut.
Luca? Yeah? I always did want to see the inside of your dinky little treehouse. What do you think? Not bad. I'll give you the full tour when we get back. You know what? Huh.
That's all Luca could whisper before succumbing to sleep. Iggy snuggled in some more.
When it comes to the worst days of my entire life, this one wasn't half bad. He just wanted a friend to go
house
on
smelled of
adventures
warm
together.
Luca was playing with toy blocks on the living room rug. He looked up to see his parents on the couch. His mother held his father's head in her lap. She idly stroked his hair while humming a song. A voice behind Luca spoke. "This is how you remember them, huh?" Luca turned to see his own face, the doppelganger from his dreams, still clad in a yellow hazmat suit, still carrying a look of disdain behind empty eyes. Aww, look at this perfectly cozy scene. You know it wasn't really like this. The figure picked up a toy block and inspected it. It's amazing the facades that one can build given the right materials. Not that I blame us. These are a child's memories, all warm and fuzzy. You don't remember, do you? Luca snatched the block from the figure's yellow-gloved hand. Remember what? The doppelganger pointed to the couch. The last day we saw him alive. The day he chose to abandon us. Luca turned to look at his father, still lounging on the couch. That's not true. He didn't abandon us. The doppelganger waved his hand dismissively. Everything is true here. It's just a matter of what we choose to see. Well, let me show you. The world flickered and pulsed. Luca was sitting next to his bed, listening to his heartbeat with one of his dad's stethoscopes. The doppelganger limped into the room. No, we both know that's not how this went. He grabbed Luca's hand and guided the stethoscope to the floor. Luca heard muffled shouting, brought close by the stethoscope. It was his parents, fighting. Do you remember what we did next? Luca gave a slow nod and crept down the hall to peek through the banister. He could see the outline of his mother at the bottom of the stairs. Damn it, Walt. We can't afford to get involved in this. She was scared. His father stepped forward. What am I supposed to do? Just watch? There's a sickness in this town, and we both know who's behind it. I swore an oath to help people. I won't turn my back on them. Luca's mother grabbed Walt. She was crying, pleading. I can't lose you. Walt calmly removed Eleanor's hand from his shoulder. What's right is right, and what's wrong is wrong. I could never live with myself if I let Sharper get away with this. Eleanor raised her voice. Spare me your bullshit platitudes. What about our son? Luca flinched, dropping the stethoscope down the stairs. Walt turned with a panicked smile. Luca, is that you, buddy? With tears in his eyes, Luca descended the stairs. Mom? Dad? What's going on? Walt dropped to a knee to meet Luca eye to eye. Nothing, buckaroo. Your mom and I just got a little overexcited is all. Luca placed the stethoscope against his father's chest. His heart was racing. It sounded like you were going somewhere? Walt gently removed the device from Luca's ears. Listen to me, Luca. I have some business to take care of. I'll be back in time to tuck you in. Luca hugged his father tightly. Promise? Walt stood up and walked to the door. He glanced over his shoulder. I promise. With a wink and a grin, he put on his hat and strode out into the evening sun. A figure approached soundlessly from the foggy snowfall. It stood above them, lingering in contemplation. Slowly raising one hand above Iggy, it snapped out 2 brisk raps on his head. From a deep slumber, Iggy sprang up defensively.
Get your hands off me!
Whether it was the calming presence or the recognition that he was not in danger, Iggy felt his clenched fists lower.
What do you think you're doing?
Luca looked up, gradually remembering his whereabouts. The figure exhaled a cloud of warm vapor.
You started to have certainly caused a lot of commotion. What is that supposed to mean? Take it easy, Iggy. You're asleep minding your own business. You're the one running around knocking on people's heads. I'm sorry if I hurt you, Iggy. You didn't hurt nobody. Anybody. Huh? Oh, I see. Think you're better than me. You...
When it came to complete strangers, Iggy had trouble cobbling together an insult.
Big-hatted, scarf-necked, furball. Okay, let's lower the temperature a bit. Interesting choice of words. I mean, let's just all calm down. Who are you? A friend. An observer. A hitchhiker on infinite expanse of possibilities. Great, how about a name? If you must call me something, you can call me Nat.
Iggy huffed with gratification.
How about you make like a gnat and buzz off? Very well.
Nat began to turn away indifferently.
Wait, do you live here? You might say that. So you know where we are? You might say that. Look, pal, just want to find a safe way out of here. Gonna help us or not? Before knowing how to leave, one must know where they are. Alright, that does it. Look, I don't know about you, but I'm getting out of here, one way or another.
Iggy turned sharply and began to stomp off.
Enough with the riddles. Iggy, wait up.
Realizing he'd worn their patience then, Nat relented.
Very well, I suppose this isn't the time for metaphors. I'll show you how to get back home.
Luca and Iggy turned around with hope in their eyes.
Come here.
Nat took a deep breath in.
Close your eyes.
Nat exhaled slowly, then snapped his fingers.
Okay, open them.
For a brief moment, Luca and Iggy let themselves believe that some great magic was about to unfold, until they opened their eyes and found themselves in the exact same place, cold and disheartened.
This is your home. This is Beacon Pines. Look, Nat, we don't know how we got here. Maybe we stumbled through some time travel gate in Weepwood? We teleported to some alternative universe? Or just called some cruel experiment by Kerr and his goons? This is not our home. You're inching closer to the truth. Alas, the reality is much less fanciful. Just give it to us straight. So be it. As I said, this is Beacon Pines. The original, true Beacon Pines. You both grew up here. But the town you called your home for the past several years is a replica. A remarkable achievement of engineering, to be fair. But a replica nonetheless. That's impossible. That's too much work. You'd need a whole town to replicate a whole town. Indeed, to pull off such a feat would require immense labor power. That which could be moved would be moved. That which could not would require a precise duplicate. We would have noticed. Someone would have noticed. You'd think so, unless the auditing was impeccable. The mind-numbing attention to detail. As for the innumerable trivialities which complete the tapestry, well, you can leave that to a miraculous thing called a brain. It has a real aversion to discontinuity, a revulsion even. The brain has a wonderful way of smoothing out the rough edges, keeping us sane. Luca and Iggy look around uncomfortably. Yeah, I can understand that, dude. You're saying that someone made an entire new town, moved us all, and no one noticed? Precisely. But why? The why is one question that can never be answered with certainty. The best one can do is to uncover.
Nat narrowed his eyes, furrowed his brow, and uttered,
The source. Why did you say the source like that? Why indeed?
Luca began to laugh uncomfortably.
It's all ridiculous. There's no way they could.
He looked down at his feet. His eyes started back and forth in contemplation. With a sudden pain, a thought struck him.
If this really is home.
He sprinted off into the pale distance. As Iggy turned to follow, Nat called out.
Iggy? It's not too late to turn back. Simply head west through the Weepwood. Interesting.
Chapter 6.
Why does Nat want them to separate?
The source. Nat expressed his sympathy with a shrug and sauntered off as unassumingly as he'd arrived. He'd given Luca and Iggy what they needed, and nothing more. As Luca sprinted across the snow, the events of the past few days became clearer, pieces to a larger puzzle. Rollo said he was underground somewhere, captured. Mr. Kerr tried to cover it up with lies. The clipboards were hell-bent on capturing Iggy. It all seemed to point to Perennial Harvest. But right now, there was one thing that Luca needed to know. Luca stopped dead in his tracks. The tree was gone, uprooted and moved, leaving a raw gash in the earth. He dropped to his knees and dug wildly at the cold. His numb hands hit something hard, a headstone. A dry whisper escaped Luca's lips.
You're here. All this time I thought I was visiting you. But you've been here, alone, in the snow. Dad, I'm so sorry. They ruined your favorite spot in the world. Our favorite spot in the world. Dad, what do I do?
There was no reply, just snow-covered silence.
Why'd you give me the slip like that? What if I couldn't find you, you jerk?
Iggy finally noticed the tears welling in Luca's eyes and the snow-covered grave.
Oh. Iggy, they stole his tree, Iggy. Yikes.
Suddenly, they heard the crunch of approaching footsteps in the snow.
We gotta hide. $259K. Fall off distance still good. Dude, did you hear me? I said 259. Sorry. Do you ever think about what we did here? Saved a whole town full of people? Doesn't feel like it sometimes. What about everything we left behind? That's the grave of someone with a family. People who love them will never know the truth. The truth is overrated.
He bent down to scoop up a snowball and lobbed it playfully.
Hey! Don't be such a downer, dude. We took this job to change the world. Yeah, Come on. It's almost lunchtime. Boop, boop. Ooh, that's a dance. Haha, weirdo. Here, I thought I was a jerk. These dinguses are out here literally dancing on grapes.
Luca stuttered through heaving sobs.
I thought I was visiting him. I thought he was with me. Not gonna lie, that's a bad break. Here's some advice.
Iggy gave Luca a solid smack on the back of his head.
Hey! Who's any of this helping? What? Sitting here in the snow, crying like some pushover. Who you helping? Iggy, look what they did. They lied to everyone. Blah, blah, blah. Luca Van Horn, you're a lot of things, but you ain't no pushover. What did I tell you before? When some jerks comes at you, acting like a horse's ass, you should stand up for yourself? Hell yeah. Kurt and his merry band of clipboards pulled off this switcheroo for a reason, right? Nat mentioned something about a source.
Luca wiped his eyes with a sleeve.
Whatever is at the source must be awful valuable to perennial harvest. Sure would be a shame if something unfortunate were to happen to this precious source, wouldn't it? What do you have in mind? If it's small enough to steal, we snatch it. If it's too big to snatch, we smash it. That is my kind of kid right there. And what if it's too big to smash?
Iggy flashed a mischievous smile and cracked his knuckles.
I'm always up for a challenge. I'm gonna make this right, Dad. I promise. Let's do this. Locate the source, bitches. It can get awful cold out there in the Woes Woods, Luca. Probably best you two stay put and conserve your energy. Help's on the way. Where's Rolo? Where's my mom? Did you kill her? Oh heavens no! Do I seem like a killer to you?
Iggy and Luca shared a skeptical look.
Yeah. Well, do I? Aw, shucks, now that just hurts my feelings. Screw that guy. Yeah. Ski you guys, I'm going home. Wait a minute. If this is the original town, then that means...
Iggy darted behind a large pine and began digging furiously. He emerged holding a shoebox with a crude skull painted on its lid.
What's that? Long story. So a few years back, I came into possession of some premium grade fireworks. Not wimpy firecracker stuff they gave kids. The good stuff. So why'd you bury it under a tree? That's the long part of the story. You and Rolo were doing some chores at Rolo's chicken coop. And you guys pissed me off for some reason or another.
Luca rolled his eyes with realization.
No, you didn't.
Iggy stifled a chuckle.
Yup. I just wanted to give you guys a little scare. But like I said, these were some primo fireworks. And I might have underestimated things. You blew up the chicken coop? I prefer to think of it as an incendiary decoration. I prefer to think of it as an incendiary redecoration. Okay. Wait, resume. We're taking a picture of that one. That one might become my new screens. Here we go. Next. Sorry, but I should have seen the looks. But you should have seen the looks on your face. Rolo got grounded for months, which is why I needed to stash the evidence and lay low. So I buried him under that tree. When I came back for him later, well, they were gone. I figured some grown-up found him and tossed him.
Iggy triumphantly raised the shoebox.
Turns out it wasn't the fireworks that got moved. It was us. Unbelievable. I mean, that's gonna come in handy though. I feel like Luca is not gonna. Do you think this is a game? Newsflash, boyo! You're not a hero. You're just a little brat who's way over his head. Our hero is just someone who refuses to give up. Comics these days are rotting children's brains. Everyone thinks they're a spaceman superhero. I'm not gonna argue with that. I was always partial to Hank Atomic myself. Is that so? Do you really think you have a chance against us? You have no idea how powerful we are! Prepare for blast off, loser. Oh, see, that's why he's like, I know they moved the building because I can't see around it. So he was right. Oh, dang. Crooked. Just like this whole stinking place. Oh, nice. I mean, obviously that's where they want us to go. I want to see if I can look and find anything. I'm gonna say no.
Luca and Iggy inched up to the edge of the hole with bewilderment in their eyes. Arctic air breathed out of the cavern in heaving gusts.
Echo! 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 Whoa. I can see why they wanted to move us out of the town now. Why would they dig a giant hole? I think this is it. This is the source. It's a dang hole? How do we smash a hole? Oh, it's much more than that, my little annoying little friend. Kerr! Where's Rollo? He was lying before. I wasn't lying before. He's safe. Well, safer than you two, at least. Drat, it's cold. You just had to drag me all the way out here, didn't you?
Mr. Kerr gazed down the abyss in contemplation.
It's really something, isn't it? What you doing around town? What is all of this? Well, that's a doozy of a question. This is the source, where they collected the unrefined...
Kerr scratched the back of his head.
Honestly, boys, I don't understand any of this well enough to explain it. Fact of the matter is, I'm not paid to know. What do you mean you don't know? Ain't you in charge? Oh, heavens no. My role is mere to flash a winning smile and manage various complications. Complications like us. You are a smart boy.
His face contorted into a saccharine grin.
It really is nothing personal. Some people are destined to strive for greatness, and others are simply obstacles along the way. Seems like you are destined to be a creepy lackey. Point is, we all play our part in life. Mine just happens to be a lead in the role of a lifetime. And you happen to be extras, ready for your curtain call. We're not giving up without a fight. Your smile's not going to be so winning after we're dead with you. Now, boys, there's no need for melodrama. Makes even a professional like such as myself embarrassed for you. Let's change the mood a bit.
Kerr snapped his fingers.
Scene change. There, that's better. Deal with them. So he's been an actor
Turned
all
to Luca
along?
with a sly glance.
Why are you smirking? Because I have a box full of fireworks and you don't.
Iggy waved the box into the air, threatening to drop it down the hole.
Stop! Let's not do something regrettable. Joke's on you. Regret is one of my specialities. Out of curiosity, what would happen if I threw these into your precious home? Nothing. Nothing at all. You're a terrible liar. I'll have you know, I'm an exceptional liar. But that's far enough.
Iggy plucked a single bottle rocket from the box and held it up with reverence.
Stop it, you fool! Call off your goons. Oh, now we sweat.
After a long pause, Mr. Kerr flung up his hand with frustration.
Very well. You can head back for the night. It's been a long day. I'll handle these two from here.
Mr. Kerr sighed into the frigid air.
It's just us now, Iggy. You can put that down. What, like this?
With a nonchalant flick, Iggy tossed the firework into the hole.
Ooh! Whoa!
With a growl, Kerr leapt at Iggy, crashing through Luca. Iggy tried to twist away, but in the struggle they both tumbled over the side. Luca dove forward, bracing Iggy's hand just before it slipped. His grip was made precarious by the cold, wet snow. He could see Kerr further down, clinging to Iggy's coat.
You reckless child! What have you done? Luca, listen to me! Hold on tight and use the walkie-talkie to call them back. How? What channel do I use? Doesn't make a damn difference. They're always listening. If you do that, the clip doors will just haul us up and snag us both. Only way you get out of this is if Kerr's out of the picture. Just go and save yourself. If he lets go, we both die. I don't want to die, but seeing the look on your face almost makes it worth it. Mr. Kerr, you've had a long life. Why don't you actually do something selfless and just let go?
Mr. Kerr gasped with insult.
Long life? I'll have you know, I can still play 25. Oh, yeah, he's definitely an actor. You should have heard me sing the part of Phileas Young.
With a wild look in his eye, Mr. Kerr began to hum a proud melody.
Wow, can you believe this guy?
Luca's hand began to cramp. His voice began to crack.
Kerr, just let go. No can do. If you want to save your friend, you'll have to save me too. Luca, look at me. It's okay.
Luca felt Iggy loosen his grasp.
You aren't gonna kill yourself like that, are you?
Every muscle in Luca's body burned.
I'm not his friend. Yes, you are. Nah, I'm just a no-good bully. Like you, Kerr. Iggy, no!
Luca felt his hand slipping.
And I told you need to do with bullies. I can't. That's the only way out of this mess. Two birds with one stone. It makes sense for us to fall together. Wackadoos travel in packs.
A calm
Oh,
settled
wackadoo.
over Iggy's face.
Luca, let me do this.
Iggy's voice was colder than the bitter air billowing from the chasm.
Let me do the right thing for once. Luca had no choice but to refuse.
Luca
Iggy's
had no
request.
choice but to refuse Iggy's request. He tightened his grip and reached for the walkie-talkie in his pocket. A wild delight crept onto Mr. Kerr's face. That's a good lad. Now, radio for help. Iggy begged Luca with his eyes one last time. but Luca pressed the button and called out, We need help! Mr. Kerr is in danger! It wasn't long before they were once again surrounded by clipboards. Mr. Kerr sighed with relieved frustration. There you are! You really are a worthless lot, aren't you? Mirror, now! A clipboard dutifully produced an ornate ivory hand mirror, and Mr. Kerr began preening his tousled hair. Ah, that's better. Mr. Van Horn, I applaud your sharp thinking under duress. I'll put in a good word for you with the founder. Take them away. A swarm of hands overpowered Luca. The last thing he saw before a cloth bag was pulled over his head was the defeated look on Iggy's face. The end. I think this was one of those times where doing the right thing was the wrong thing.
We're gonna... Let's accept.
Luca had no choice but to accept Iggy's request. With a quiet blink, Luca watched a teardrop sail down into the howling void. As his fingers slowly gave up, he met eyes with Iggy.
Good.
The two silhouettes were swallowed by darkness.
That is a lot of bottle rockets. But yeah, good for you, kid. Hell of a goodbye, Iggy. Luca, you should really step back. What? Quickly. Curious. But of course. Those fireworks of Iggy's must have been just the right amount of energy. We should get out of here before they arrive. Not until you tell me what just happened. Your friend's sacrifice just saved this town. For a little while, anyway. How? Tempest liquamine is a peculiar substance. It can change the relationship between matter and time itself. But doing so requires unfathomable energy. In a closed system, that energy can only come from its surroundings. A useful side product of this property being, by adding precisely the correct amount of energy to it, one can create a cryogenic cascade. So the gunk makes things cold and fireworks makes the whole freeze over? That's one way of putting it, yes. As dumb luck would have it, the fireworks were just strong enough to generate a runaway reaction. I shudder to think what would have happened in that case.
We have some idea what that would look like.
Yes, we do. It would take them quite a while to safely break through the access to the source again. If you know all this stuff, why haven't you been helping? I have been, in my way. Each one of us has our role to play. Iggy's role, it turns out, was to buy us precious time. Mine has been to observe and wait. Wait for what? You. Me? Why? What's my role?
A fierce twinkle flashed in Nat's eyes.
Luca Van Horn, you're going to save the world. Just drop that on a
With a chuckle,
12-year-old.
Nat turned and walked west. Dumbfounded, Luca followed behind him, trudging through the snow. Every step taking him further away from everyone and everything he knew, and closer to destiny. To be continued in Beacon Pines, Pines Harder.
Pines harder.
Revenge served cold. Second time's a charm? Wait, that's it? This ends with a crummy cliffhanger just when it was getting good? I was even starting to like Iggy. No way. I refuse to be associated with some never-ending parade of sequels. Let's go back and find something more definitive.
I kind of like that, though. Okay, that's the end of that one. All right, let's break it.
Luca began to respond, but the sky answered for him as the clouds above began to break, revealing patches of star-filled summer night. Moonlight filtered down, shimmering in the treetops.
Sure, you can meet Rolo. You're not going home? I promised Rolo what I'd tell him about.
Luca stopped himself mid-sentence.
Promise you tell him what? Spit it out, bub. We're as thick as thieves now. There's a juicy secret you've got to tell me. Okay. You can come to the treehouse and I'll tell you both what happened. Heck yeah.
Luca saw Beck skulking by the gate.
So you're telling me that there's nothing mysterious or creepy about this place? This is the most boring and empty. I refuse to believe that. Big spiked gates, looming mansion, rich reclusive owners. It even smells shady.
Beck grabbed the wrought iron bars and shook the gate.
Mark my words. You decadent nightmare house. You will reveal your secrets to me! Oh. What did you do? First of all, I told you so. Second, hide. That's Eris Valentine. Who's that she's talking to? Shh. I expect you to return that suit in working order. Of course. As long as everything proceeds as planned. There's nothing to worry about. Only thing I'm worried about is what's rightfully mine. If that means making some unsavory alliances, so be it. I couldn't agree more. There comes a time to suspend hostilities. I'll come to deal with our common threat. Now that is what I'm talking about.
Beck's voice was an excited whisper.
Proper shady stuff. Someone in a suit like that tried to grab me yesterday. Seriously? Shh. Do you understand when this all inevitably fails? I will deny everything. I wouldn't expect anything less of you. You just worry about your part in this and let me handle the rest. I can't wait to see the look on Rube Kerr's face. Yes, the truth will come to light. I'm still surprised you're comfortable with all the potential collateral damage. There's one thing I've learned. It's that change is painful. Wow, I was expecting shady. But that's just flat out supervillain talk. If you don't mind me asking, why? Why are you doing all of this?
The mysterious figure retracted their mask, hair pushing out from all corners.
Family. I like how it's coming out the back of the suit because her hair is so big, like it just cannot be contained.
A chill ran down Luca's spine, his vision blurred. Beck stifled a sharp wince, and Luca looked down to see himself wrenching her hand.
An answer I can certainly respect.
Gran tousled her hair back under the face mask.
Just remember, keep everything nice and normal until the festival. I don't need lessons in rousing suspicion.
Gran gave Eris a curt nod and disappeared into the night.
Wow. every time we think we've got a handle on the situation, it just gets,
Chapter 5.
it just keeps getting deeper and deeper.
What big ears you have. Lucas sat shivering in the bushes, staring at his feet. After checking to make sure the coast was clear, Beck gave him a gentle tug on his sweater.
What's wrong? Looks like you've seen a ghost. Why are you so scared of that old lady in the hazmat suit? That wasn't my gran. That was your gran? Yeah. Okay, well, I'm sure there's a perfectly reasonable explanation for all this. Let's just get to the treehouse and figure things out there. Lead the way. Yeah, that was definitely a twist. I wanted to like grab that glowing mushroom, but I can't. For the last time, there's nothing to worry about. Of course, we're not worried.
The clipboard finished writing with a scratchy flourish and looked up.
We're just dotting our I's and crossing our T's.
Well, try minding your P's and Q's.
Mr. Nuncreed, arms crossed over his paunch, gave an exhausted sigh.
If there's anything you need knowing, you'll know it.
Absolutely.
If you just sign here, acknowledging everything is accurate,
We'll be out of your hair in a flash.
oh, for the love of...
He snatched the pad and scribbled his name so hard the pen nearly snapped.
There. Now, would you like my eternal soul as well?
The clipboards looked at each other for a moment, almost pondering the possibility, then broke into laughter as they walked away.
Hi, Mr. Nuncreed. Let me give you some advice. Next time someone you don't know asks to hear your thoughts, just give him a hard bop right in the kisser. Gran tells me to just keep away from the clipboards. That's good, that's good. Your Gran is a smart lady, Luca. Speaking of which, you better run along home now. Too dark to be out wandering on your own. Clearly, he's the one who drugged the whole town. Alright, let's see if she's got anything. Any new romance book she's reading. The answers you seek will be revealed to you in due time. The question is, the figure in tone, are you prepared to live with the truth? Another day, another dollar. See you tomorrow, Z. Have you noticed how the Perennial Harvest folks order the same drink? Decaf cappuccino with extra foam. Why? I don't know. Just thought it's a little odd. Pretty weird for sure. Oh, the customer's always right. See you bright and early tomorrow. So I can't wait. I'm assuming that they can't go up there, but... Hey, better not dilly-dally. Gotta get to the treehouse. Yeah. Alright, so you're gonna, like, make me not go to any of the other ways. What happens if I try to look cool? Overhear a conversation, maybe? No, nothing.
William Kerr and Gus Valentine proudly surveyed the half-covered festival banner.
It's all coming together quite nicely. I couldn't have done it without you.
The mayor gave a half-hearted shrug.
Not so sure about that. Nonsense. That reminds me, I wasn't able to thank your sister for her contributions. Yeah, she has been indisposed of late. She doesn't like me.
She doesn't much like me, does she? Oh no, it's not that at all. She's just been busy. Of course. Regardless, I would be forever grateful if you could pass my thanks on to her. The History Museum adds a real air of import to the whole affair. And we couldn't very well celebrate the story of Beacon Pines without including the Valentines. My father was a great man. You're darn tootin' he was.
Kerr locked his arm on Gus's shoulder.
But I mean, the entire Valentine family. Present company included. Can I ask you something, Mr. Kurt? Call me William. Ask away. William, why are you doing all of this? Gosh, I've never felt one needed a compelling reason to throw a party. Not just the festival. All of this. There's gotta be 100 down-in-their-luck towns out there. Why Perennial Harvest so interested in helping Beacon Pines? You know what I love most about our agricultural business? Seeds. Seeds? Yup, little bundles of potential.
With a glimmer in his eye, Kerr gestured grandly toward the horizon.
You treat a seed right, nurture it, feed it, and it can grow into something truly special. You see potential here? Undoubtedly. The seed of greatness is already under our feet. All it needs is a little nudge. And the right leadership, of course. Oh. Good night, Mr. Mayor Valentine. Oh, this is nice. Yeah, the treehouse is just a little further up from here. So what's your old buddy Rollo like? Rollo, he's... Rollo. Not particularly helpful. Sorry, I've just never thought about it. Lots of energy. He's funny, even when he's not trying to be. Things have been tough for his family since the foul harvest. It's about time you tell me what this foul harvest thingy is. It's kind of a long story. Hit me with the highlights. Okay. There used to be a fertilizer company called Valentine's. They were kind of a big deal. Ooh, big deal fertilizer. It was a big deal to us. Their stuff really worked. Farmers loved it. So Valentine grew and grew. Beacon Pines pretty much grew around it. Almost everyone in town either worked for Sharper Valentine or used his fertilizer. Things were good. I'm sensing a big but. Around 6 years ago, Sharper Valentine suddenly died. And something changed. Changed how? Could have been a bad batch? Maybe it was in the water or the air or soil. Nobody knows. But all the crops died. And everyone blames the Valentines. The foul harvest. Yeah. Valentine's fertilizer went out of business. Half the town lost their jobs. Sheesh. The next year crop came back, but something was different. You plant a crop, do everything right, and it's sort of a crapshoot what happens. And no one knows why? Nope. I take it Rollo's farm got the short end of the stick. Yep, for some reason their farm was hit harder than others. That sucks. Things have gotten better since Perennial Harvest came to town. The Beacon Pines Reborn Initiative. Yep, first thing they did was give the town a deep scrub. They even put us up in hotels and one town over for a week while they decontaminated the groundwater. Huh. We better get going. No one noticed that they went like a left instead of a right? Alright, let's do a little fishing before we go on there, because I'm going to forget to do it. Let me see how many more I have. Oh, I only have one more. Oh, it doesn't matter. Let's just do Cricket. That seems like all of them.
Luca
but who
tied a
knows?
bent nail onto the line. If all you have is a hammer,
We can do this. Yeah, baby. Yeah. Come on. Come on. Come on. Little bitty baby. Come on. Ow! There's a photo of you and Uncle Joseph. I didn't know he had an Uncle Joseph. Let me see that. Look at those two young fools. How did it end up at the bottom of the pond? Who can say? Had some things are just hard to explain because the pond isn't a pond, my good friend. It is your subconscious. I miss Uncle Joseph. How come he doesn't come fishing with us anymore? He is busy with his new job at Valentine's. What's a new job got to do with him fishing with us? It's complicated. Like I said, some things are hard to explain. An agile angler. Oh, I caught all the fish. Excellent. There we go. Well, that's quite a haul. Feels like a good time to pack up. Aw, just a little bit longer. If things lasted forever, they might not feel as special, huh? I guess. I'll make a deal with you, buckaroo. If you ever feel like you need to talk about anything at all, you just say, let's go fishing, and I'll know what you mean. Like a secret password? Yup, top secret. Neat. What a perfect day, yeah. Alright, well, we caught all the fish. It's about time. I'm about to give up and go home. Who's the new kid? Name is Beck. You must be Rollo. I see my reputation precedes me. Welcome to Mission Control.
Rollo waggled his head with pride.
You find we've spared no expense in construction. I've seen worse looking piles of junk. Thanks. Hey, Luca, you know the security concerns we talked about? Yeah. Well, I was waiting, I made some improvements. Let me lock this baby down for a little test infiltration. Can't be too safe these days. That is very loud. He goes all out, doesn't he? Always. Lavish. Oh yeah, I can just pick that back up and smack him with the whole thing. Smacking it! God damn it, how many of these things am I gonna freaking push? Oh, okay. Oh, you saucy minx! Okay. This is gonna be a pain in my ass. Because I really can't aim with it. I don't know how aiming works in this game. Screw it. Oh my god. We might be here a while, so if you need to, take a pee break. Oh, here we go. Why did you guys get all this junk in the first place? See, now it makes sense. There's a guy in town named Jeff who trades us junk for snacks. Junk food for junk. Nice. He just gets it from the old town. That's why he always has the warm hat on. So, pretty sweet security, right? It was imaginative, I'll give you that. Luca, are we sure we can trust the new recruit? I'll vouch for her. Thanks, I guess? Oh, Luca, you promised to fill me in on the Valentine warehouse.
Luca sucked in a long breath.
So like I said, there was someone there. What were they doing? I don't know, but the place was lit up and active. Maybe they were squatters? I don't think so. It seemed more organized. When the man pulled me in, I saw some sort of equipment running. A man pulled you in? Yeah, but I got away. You keep saying it was a man. They were wearing a mask, right? Yeah. Then it could have been a woman. How'd you get away? I grabbed a rock or something and broke their mask. They let go and I ran. Dang. That's intense. No wonder you freaked out when you saw your grandma. Yeah, that's the other part. On our way here, Beck and I saw Eris Valentine meeting with Gran, wearing the same sort of hazmat suit.
Rollo let out a low whistle.
And they weren't there for idle chit-chat. It was a proper clandestine meetup. So let me get this straight. There's an operation in full swing at the Valentine warehouse. You were almost abducted by a strange man or woman in a protective suit. And then you saw your Gran in the same suit talking to Eris Valentine. Pretty much. I'm beginning to think this town is kind of awesome.
Rollo and Luca shot back a look.
No offense. And so, we can logically conclude aliens or alien zombies have infiltrated the town. And their leader is your Gran, and she tried to murder you. First of all, and for the last time, there are no aliens. Second, it couldn't have been my Gran at the warehouse. I broke the person's mask to get away. And the mask Gran was wearing wasn't damaged. But she definitely is hiding something. Maybe. Your Gran is weird, but she might be the most boring person in the universe. All she does is sit around and make jam. What could possibly have died? I don't know. We haven't talked much since she moved in. Moved in? Your Gran isn't from here? No, she came a few months back to take care of me after his mom went missing. Did you know your Gran before? Not really, no. It's been years since I'd seen her. Luca, don't take this the wrong way, but are you sure your Gran is on the up and up?
Luca gazed out the window.
I'm just saying. It sounds like strange stuff has been happening since she showed up. We could say the same thing about your family. But you're right. Luca, your Gran is hiding something. And Polly said folks only bury stuff worth digging up. We need to investigate your house. My Gran is really hiding something. Don't you think I would have noticed by now? That's the whole point of hiding something. I guess you're right. Gran's been leaving the house for hours at a time this week. I'll call you two tomorrow when the coast is clear. We can start getting to the bottom of this. I'm always game for a good snoop. You can count me in.
Chapter 6. Secret Lair.
Nice.
Summer forged ahead, but the nights only seemed to grow colder. Luca walked home slowly under the pale starlight, cautious to avoid any more surprises lurking in the shadows. Reaching home, he slipped quietly into bed, half dreading what they might discover the next day.
What time is it? Oh, nice. Change clothes. You know what? Hold your freaking horses. I gotta look around. Dude, seriously. No patience. I'm gonna make them wait even longer. 'Cause screw you guys. if I go out in the back? Oh, she's not back here. Don't you tell me what to do. This is my video game. I'll play it how I want. Oh, he's got the hat. Rolo, what on earth is that? Hmm? The ridiculous thing on your head. Oh, this? It helps me think. You're gonna need a lot more of those. Joke all you want. We'll see who's laughing when I crack this case wide open. Is the coast clear? Yep, whatever she's been up to this week is keeping her busy most of the day. Very well. The game's afoot.
Luca and Beck rolled their eyes as Rolo strutted across the room.
If I were Gran, where would I hide my deepest and darkest secrets? Perhaps where you might least expect it.
Rolo flung open the cabinet with confidence.
Aha!
He coughed as a veil of dust hit his face.
I think it's safe to assume anything that dusty or what isn't what we're looking for. Or maybe it's what she wants you to think. Then again, any good detectives know not to trust their first hunch. First hunches are for suckers. Eureka! She's lit a fire in order to burn the evidence. She keeps that fire going every day. Rolo. Drat. May already be too late. Just think of the amount of documents lost to ash. Okay. I'm gonna stop you right there. Can we just think for a moment? Luca, is there anywhere Gran doesn't want you to go? Yeah. The closet upstairs. So maybe that stands to reason we should check there first. No dice, it's locked. Well, well, well. Look who stands to reason now. I have no idea where the key is. If this is really important, then she probably keeps it with her. Anywhere else? She has berry bushes. Who has ever thought, I'm going to take this important thing and huck it in a bush? True. Anything else? Maybe something out of the ordinary? Well, she always worried I would break her fancy dishware in the kitchen. But it doesn't matter anyway, I can't reach the latch.
A look of realization crept onto Luca's face. All three kids snapped to glance at each other, then sprinted in turn toward the kitchen.
Alrighty, Rolo. This is your time to shine. Ah, yes. You called upon my expert detective skills. Now I shall proceed with...
Before he could finish, Luca scrambled up Rolo's back.
Hey, this is my idea of detective work. Every squad needs a good lockpick. And every good lockpick needs a sturdy head to sit on. This is beneath my standard! Stop complaining and hold still. Got it.
The three crowded around the hutch to peer in. With the glass doors opened, a perfect porcelain display gleamed in front of them. Their eyes searched for anything amiss. But the only distinct feature was its impeccability.
Well, that was anticlimactic. Yeah. I don't really what we were expecting. Like, oh hey, let me just yank on this random teacup
As
and...
Beck pulled on one of the teacups, it slanted forward with a hollow click. The entire hutch began to rustle and slide under its own power.
Seems like your Gran has been doing some remodeling. Dude, only two types of people have secret lairs. Evil masterminds and superheroes. So which one do you think she is? We're about to find out. Oh, Oh, so more of an unhinged conspiracist vibe. Oh, wow. Yeah, this cannot be good. You need to look around before jumping to conclusions. What do we have here? Barrels marked caution, explosive. And jam jars? That's enough jam to feed the whole town. What kind of incendiary jam is your grand making? Incendiary. She wouldn't have had me walk around town delivering bombs, right? Only one way to find out.
Rollo casually spun open a lid and dipped his finger in the jam.
Huckleberries.
He smacked his lips.
And a brown sugar. And ink? What?
Rollo plunged his hand in the jar, fishing out a soggy slip of paper.
Aha!
Rollo offered the slimy note to Luca and licked his fingers clean.
It's addressed to Mrs. Fratelli. A grand jam-gram? A grand jam-gram. Say it 10 times fast. A grand jam-gram. It says, last night I used a disguise heiress provided me to scout the location. The timing window should be possible. Operation Sparkplug is a go. Ah man, they're doing a heist? Whatever it is, can't be good. More of a bombshell than a bomb, am I right? You're new here, so I'll let it slide. But I'm the bad joke guy around here.
Luca jostled each cabinet drawer in turn. Only one was unlocked. He fingered through the filing cabinet, pausing at a bulging folder labeled Walter. For a long moment, he just stared at it.
What you got there? It's my dad. Looks like some of his old medical files. Your dad was a doctor?
Luca nodded and caressed the label with his thumb.
Well, you gonna read it? Here, let me help.
Rollo swiped the folder from the drawer and began leafing through the pages. He whistled to himself, barely looking at the text.
How about you actually read some of it? Go one sec. Dense documents such as this are a lot like a cheeseburger. It's best to skip straight to the middle. That's where all the meaty bits live. Wow, I had no idea we're in the presence of the preeminent scholar in dense documents. And cheeseburgers. By all means, proceed.
He stopped at a page and mimed, holding up a monocle.
Aha, here we are. Follow is an examination of Terence Wilby. Patient shows further signs of paleness and malaise. Body temperature continues to drop. He now describes soreness of muscles and joints, similar to the symptoms exhibited by Mrs. Wilby of the past few days. Still waiting on lab results from Joseph.
Rollo looked up with heightened surprise.
See? Creepy. Yeah, that is kind of disturbing. Who's Joseph? That's Mr. Nuncreed's name. I knew they were going to say Nuncreed. Wait,
Rollo's finger traced across the page.
there's more scribbled in the margins. Could it be contagious? Mr. Wilby claims the tap water at his home has been contaminated. Perhaps environmental. Lab results only raise more questions. It's like he came back to his report later and made those notes. So it might be related to something else.
Rollo scanned through several more pages.
Here, this writing looks shaky. I just couldn't help her. This disease, or whatever it is, it progresses so fast. And with his wife passing, Terrence's condition followed close behind. Exasperated by the loss. Enough is enough. I need to take matters into my own hands.
Luca, staring blankly at the cabinet this whole time, spoke softly.
What does it say next?
Rollo rustled the folder, trying to loose more pages.
That's where it ends. Wait, there has to be more.
Luca frantically shoved the remaining cabinet folders, trying to find another labeled Walter.
Luca, I think that's the only one. It's alphabetical, see? What do you mean enough is enough? How did he take matters into his own hands? This is bullshit!
Luca slammed the drawer shut. A spider web of string connected photos of people from the town, interspersed with hastily scrawled notes.
Well, she sure has kept herself busy. Is your gran a serial killer? Because I'm starting to get a vibe. Don't be ridiculous. Sure, she's tracking the movements of everyone in town. Out of the kindness of her heart. She's put little symbols by some of them. Yeah, Mr. Nuncreed has a check mark. The clipboards are all inside a big circle. My moms are both there on here. Both with question marks. Gus Valentine has a question mark. Eris has been question mark that's been crossed out. Mr. Kurd that has a bullseye. The killer has chosen her next victim. We don't know what any of this means. Whatever it means, it's probably not good. I like they have like the punching bag here. Bam, 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 bam. Okay, well that was fun. There we go.
They crowded around a worn-down old map of Beacon Pines.
Cool, this looks like a treasure map. Not every old map is a treasure map, Rolo. Yeah, but every treasure map is an old map. Can't fault that logic. Look, there's even a pathway drawn on it. It starts with the entrance to town. And if we follow
Rolo
it...
carefully traced the path with his finger.
Ready, lights to...
He jabbed down at the end point.
Town Square? That's the fountain in the middle of town. What a weird place to hide treasure. Raulo, that doesn't look like treasure to me. At the end of the path, that map has the same symbol as those explosives over here. So it's not hiding treasure. It's a real bummer. Rolo, what? What's the thing you've been excited about for the past month? The festival. Gulp. Did you say gulp? Feels like a gulp kind of situation. Everyone will be gathered near the center of town. She's gonna blow up the festival! Not if we stop her. What was that?
Luca looked up from the map.
What was what? No, I heard it too. That was the front door. Which means someone just shut the door. Which means someone's upstairs! Shh, quiet! Hit the lights.
Beck flicked off the light, and they became statues in the dark. Overhead, creaking floorboards bent under slow, deliberate steps. The kids looked up, the tilt of their necks following each footfall. Then suddenly, it stopped. Without realizing, they'd been holding their breath. All three exhaled shakily and glanced at each other. A muffled male voice broke the silence.
Hello?
A final few footsteps reached the entrance above them, and the voice now echoed down the stairs.
Anyone down there?
The three kids shuffled to the corners without a peep. As he began to descend the stairs, the man's voice punctuated every new step. Thump.
Yoo-hoo!
Thump.
I'm not here to hurt anyone.
Thump.
I'm just here to help. Just
Thump. At the bottom step The man paused, squinting to search the room for signs of life.
Huh. Guess it was nothing.
Rollo shifted suddenly. Luca gave him an intense, chastising look and whispered through clenched teeth.
Rollo, don't.
It was too late. Rollo was already inching toward the stairway.
Oh, God.
He screeched as he charged toward the shadowy.
Flaming chicken coop! Now we know why he screams
All
that.
his weight, Rollo tackled the man to the ground.
Rollo. Mysterious creepy man? Anyone here?
From the dark corner, they saw something move.
Well, I didn't know I had it in me. But there was only one way to find out. Holy crap, Rollo, that was awesome. Wait, did you just kill that person?
Luca scrambled to the hunched figure on the ground. Pressing his fingers to the man's neck, he sighed.
You sure clobbered him good, though, Rollo. He's knocked out cold.
As Beck flicked back on the light, Luca and Rollo both gasped in stereo.
Mr. Tolliver?
Chapter 7. The Interrogation of Hiram Tolliver. Still unconscious, Mr. Tolliver slumped heavily in a shoddy old chair. His hands were bound with rope, his feet tied with some loose string. The kids huddled in a circle, discussing their plan. One thing was certain, they couldn't just let Mr. Tolliver go. They needed to know what he was doing in Luca's house. After some deliberation, it was decided.
They'd run the class of good cop, slash it up. Chill or the hard cop? Okay, good cop, chill cop. Let's do that one first.
They'd run the classic good cop, chill cop interrogation.
Because why not? I'll handle it. I'll handle this. Just gotta play it cool.
Luca walked calmly to the light switch, flicking it off and on a few times. Mr. Tolliver shook his head, gathering his wits.
Golly, I sure got my bell wrong.
He looked over to find Luca, who returned a calming grin.
Sorry, Mr. Tolliver. This was all a big mistake. Look at what's going on here. Why have you strapped me down? He's strapped down. No one's fault here, really. Rollo just got a little startled. Rollo's here?
Rollo and Beck emerged from hiding to give a timid wave.
Well, all right. Mistakes happen. You kids gave old Hiram a good scare. Let's just get me out of these ropes and call it even.
Luca glanced over to Rollo and Beck, who replied with skeptical looks.
Mr. Tolliver, why are you in my grand's basement? Here to help, of course. Help with what? What's my gran up to? If you cut me loose, I can show you. How do we know we can trust you?
Mr. Tolliver exhaled with disappointment.
Luca, have I ever done wrong by you? No. And since your gran moved to town, haven't I been nothing but welcoming? Yeah? So why would I turn my back on your family now? It's just... all this stuff seems pretty weird. A board with names of people from town. An archive of my dad's old disturbing patient notes.
Luca gestured to the corner.
Barrels of explosives. I can explain everything. You just need to untie me. You kids deserve an explanation.
Luca looked again to Rollo and Beck. This time they shrugged. Luca began to slowly loosen the bindings. Mr. Tolliver gently rubbed his wrists.
That's a good lad. This'll all make sense in time.
He edged imperceptibly toward the stairs as he spoke.
You see, this town has secrets, Luca. Very dark past indeed.
Before the kids had even noticed his movement, Mr. Tolliver was at the light switch.
A past that must be brought to...
He punctuated his final words by flicking the switch and rushing up the stairs.
Light! Son of a...
Beck darted to the wall and turned back on the lights. Darted to the wall and turned back on the lights. It was too late. Rollo confirmed what they all heard.
He just locked us down here.
Mr. Tolliver's muffled voice came from behind the door.
I wasn't lying, you know. This is for your own good. You kids just keep tight down there. And let the adults handle this.
They looked bewildered at each other.
Play it cool, huh? Not now, Beck.
They heard the staccato thump of quick steps exiting the house. The kids looked down in resignation. This isn't how it goes in Hank Atomic. For some reason, they'd always assumed it was up to them to save their town. Luca opened his mouth, hoping to conjure some magical words to make this right. Only a hollow croak escaped. The end. Well, we certainly aren't going to find a grand resolution to our tale locked in a basement. Back to the drawing board.
Let's see if we got anything. Nope. Let's keep going. Playing it hard. Be the hard-boiled.
They'd run the classic good cop, hard cop interrogation. Rollo brandished a steely gaze. I've got this. Read about it 100 times. Rollo swaggered past the chair which propped up the slumping Hiram Tolliver. Without even looking at his captive, he began with a long, blustery drawl.
Well, Mr. Tolliver.
Mr. Tolliver remained motionless. Rollo spun around to face him. He'd clearly expected to rouse Mr. Tolliver with his booming voice.
Mr. Tolliver?
Beck and Luca gave each other an unsure glance. Rollo slammed his fist on the table.
I said, Mr. Tolliver!
He grabbed the table lamp and beamed it onto the unconscious face. Mr. Tolliver groaned and slowly lifted his head. He recoiled with a muddled, weary squint.
What in the world?
The chair wobbled as he attempted to straighten up.
Whoa, who's there?
Mr. Tolliver could only make out rough shapes through the glaring light. With a gruff tone, Rollo hoped to both conceal his voice and intimidate.
I'll be the asking the questions here, punk. Now, hold on. Let's just calm down. Oh, I am calm. Calm as a carrot in dirt. As for you, looks like you're sweating.
The doubtful expression on Beck and Luca's faces transformed into awe.
We can do this my way, or let's just say I've never needed another way.
Rollo, hitting his stride, was now channeling every detective trope his memory could recall. He slammed the table again.
Now dance! What? I don't even...
Mr. Tolliver's voice became desperate. He was nearly in tears.
Type it down. How on earth do I dance? Dance with your mouth, punk! Spill the beans! What are you doing poking around this house? I'm here to help Juniper. To make sure everything's ready. Oh, so you're in cahoots with Gran. Gran?
Mr. Tolliver was in a daze, now more confused than ever.
Gonna help her blow up the festival, eh? Blow up the festival? Good lord.
He shook his head, feeling more and more dizzy.
No, you've got it all wrong. Where is she now? She's headed to the source. Source? What's the source? It's where
His voice faded to a whisper.
the town began. Where it all began. What is Operation Sparkplug?
With that, Mr. Tolliver passed out cold. Rollo swung around with a repentant grimace.
Damn, Rollo. I think you went a little too hard on him. What did he say about the source? It's where the town began? We need more information. Yeah, but we better not push Mr. Tolliver any further. Is there anyone else who might know more? What about the History Museum? It just got set up for the festival. Nah, that tent was put up by the Valentines. Everything they do is just a bunch of fluff to glorify themselves. Is there anything more reliable? The library? Was there anything about the source thing? Cato could help us find it. Let's get some answers. Let's go get those answers. Thanks for just jumping right forward so we don't have to run through the whole town again. I appreciate it. This is a dang nice library. Thanks, we work hard on it. Aren't you a little too adorable to be a librarian? Adorable. True. Oh, Cato hung out here so much, eventually they just gave him a set of keys. I just keep an eye on the place from Mrs. Novak sometimes. They got you working for free? It's quiet and I get access to all the books I can read. What more could a person want? Fair enough. What can I do for you all? We need a favor. I already told you and Rollo. I can't put you any higher on the wait list for the next atomic. And if you're here with more candy, I'll have you know I can't be bought. Call it perfect personal code of conscience. Actually, we're looking to do some research. Now you're speaking my language. What are you looking for? That's the thing. We sort of don't know. What do you know about the history of the town? Well, there's the country record archives. What's in those? Birth, deaths, newspaper clippings, stuff like that. Pretty boring reading. But they do go all the way back to when the town was founded. Great, we'll start there.
Chapter 8. 6 feet under, 3 towns over. The kids spent the rest of the afternoon combing through dusty piles of old county records, desperately searching for anything that could help them make sense of Mr. Tolliver's cryptic utterance. Luca tried to shake the thought of Gran's basement, but his focus wavered. Explosives, messages hidden in jam, dossiers on various town figures, and a corkboard threaded with photos. Gran was the only family he had left. He still couldn't bring himself to believe the worst. But the old map with the symbol of explosives in town square made that difficult. As the sun began to set, the kids were no closer to the truth.
I've read more records. My eyeballs are gonna pop. We have to keep digging. If I dig another way, I'm gonna end up in one of those asinine death records. Rollo Cotter lived a full and wonderful life until he read so much morning crud that his brain oozed out of his ears.
Rollo shut his book with an assertive nod.
If you've got a better idea, spit it out. You sound like my sister. Keep pushing your luck, pal. And it won't be a boring county records that kill you. I'll put you in the obituaries myself.
Rollo muttered under his breath.
You're a county record. Really? That's the best you've got? When I'm done with you, you'll be the footnote in history. Just like...
Beck slammed her finger down on the open page before glancing down to read.
J. Hartford here. I'd love to see you try. Hey. We're all a little tired here. Just take a minute and...
Something tickled the back of Luca's mind.
Wait, what was that name, Beck? In the obit? J. Hartford. From the Brookfield Tribune 8 years ago. That can't be right. What is it? J. Hartford. That is the name. That's my Gran's name, Juniper Hartford. Maybe there are two J. Hartfords? Mrs. Hartford is survived by her youngest daughter, E. Hartford. My mom's name is Eleanor. Okay, this is getting creepy. If your gran is 6 feet under, 3 towns over, then who am I living with?
The question hung in the air.
Alright, gang, I gotta close up for the night.
Beck rubbed her eyes.
How late is it? Almost 10. Oh crap, Pa's gonna kill me. I gotta go. Yeah, my parents will be worried sick. Okay, let's meet up as early as we can for the at the festival tomorrow. Why are you gonna mention the unconscious man in your basement? That is a question, isn't it? What are you gonna do about the unconscious man in your basement? Jeez. I'll think of something. Oh, jeez.
Luca's heart was pounding as he approached the house. If he was lucky, Gran, or whoever it was, hadn't gotten back yet. And of course, there was Mr. Tolliver tied up and unconscious in the basement. Dealing with him would be the first order of business. Luca shook out his arms to calm his nerves before entering. He held perfectly still, tempering his breath, and listened closely. She was asleep. His only hope was that she hadn't found Mr. Tolliver before dozing off.
Check on Mr. Tolliver in the basement. Oh no.
Mr. Tolliver was nowhere to be seen.
Maybe he woke up, escaped from his bindings, and left without a trace.
Or maybe Gran knew everything.
What do I do?
Luca's hungry stomach groaned. Not realizing it, he'd gone the entire day without eating.
Okay, I can figure this out. Just need a little brain food.
Luca rushed over to the pile of jam jars, unscrewed one, and shoveled a handful into his mouth.
I'm afraid your jam delivery will be
He
delayed.
flipped the lid to read the label.
Mr. Nuncreed. Oh, now I can think. So if Gran knows we tied up Mr. Tolliver, I'm screwed. She doesn't know that I can need to play it cool. I guess my only option is to go to bed and act as if nothing is wrong. Gran will think Mr. Tolliver finished what he was sent to do and left when he was done. Like it looks like he's hitting his head. Just right in the forehead. Boom, 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 boom. Gran? Okay, stick to the plan. Go to bed and play it cool.
As Luca climbed the final stair, the emotion of the day dragged heavily on him. With each consecutive step, his legs weakened. His stride began to falter. He tried to grab for the railing to steady himself. Something was wrong.
Come on, legs. Just a few more steps. He ate the wrong jam.
Luca groaned and tried to move. His limbs might as well have been bolted to the ground. Through numb lips, he mumbled just before falling asleep.
The drum. Sweet boy. What did you get yourself into? Just dragging him across the floor. Yeah, there you go. Rest now and let me handle everything. Yeah, you
Chapter
definitely.
9. A speech to end all speeches.
Nice.
Luca awoke to find himself face down in bed. He moaned into his pillow. Why would Gran drug him? Or rather, why was she trying to drug Mr. Nuncreed?
Because he's a bad man, my friend.
Shaking the questions from his woozy head, Luca snapped back to the matter at hand.
The festival! Look how it just left open now. It's like, yeah, well, you've seen it, so who needs to keep it real? No one really cares anymore. Still got the hat on. Where have you been? Grandpa put something in the jam? Yeah, we know. Secret messages from secret, conspirators. Not this one. This one was intended for Mr. Nuncreed. Put me to sleep. Whoa! Sly devil. Nice. I think she's trying to remove him from the equation. He might be in danger. Have you found anything? We looked around but haven't seen anything odd. Your gran is nowhere to be found. But Mr. Nuncreed is just loafing around waiting for the speech. What speech? Mayor Gus just got up to the podium. Everyone's gathered at the stage. Let's get moving.
Augustus Valentine nervously wiped his brow.
Ahem. Is this thing... hello, Beacon Pines. I'm Augustus. Oh, hi, kitty cat. Oh, fatso! Right on my bladder. Thank you. Sorry, no one needs to hear that at home. I apologize. Cat, he's a very big cat, and that hurt. Okay. You're mayor, and I suppose you already know that. Oh yes, before we get started, I just wanted to take a moment to recognize one who couldn't be here today. This town wouldn't be where it is today without my father, Sharper Valentine. So I thought we could begin with a round of applause for benefiting such a great man. Hey, that's more old Carter deserved.
Gus cleared his throat and awkwardly loosened his tie.
Right, where was I?
William Kerr bounded on the stage with the energy of a preacher at a big tent revival.
Gus Valentine, everyone.
He gave Gus a hearty slap on the back and motioned him off the stage.
Let's hear it for our mayor. GTFO, you know what I'm saying? What a great turnout. Oh, heck, I didn't prepare anything. But I suppose I could say a few words. Would it be a shame to waste such a beautiful podium?
Mr. Kerr pulled a thick stack of note cards out from his vest.
Yeah, he did. Community, conviction, commitment. These are things we celebrate at Perennial Harvest. You know what I'm saying. For us, these are pillars of the bridge to a better tomorrow. But I think it's time to add a new pillar. Change. Change is a powerful thing. It's inexorable, unavoidable, and undeniable. And I'm damn gumming thankful for it. Change is the reason we're all together today. It's hard for me to believe that it was only 4 years ago when fate brought me here. A simple business trip which brought me to a small town which would change my life forever.
Mr. Kerr took a moment to survey the crowd.
You know what?
He wiped away a single tear.
From the second I set foot in Beacon Pines, something about this place held me captive. You see, change represents opportunity. It represents potential. It was change that helped me recognize the potential of this place. To see that people of this town, despite suffering great loss, still held on to things that made them special.
He thumped the podium to emphasize each word.
Community, conviction, commitment, change.
Mr. Kerr nodded confidently, biting his lip. The crowd was silent, in rapt attention.
Fate made a perfect match that day. Nothing more important to you all than community. And perennial harvest is the community first and foremost.
Mr. Kerr methodically made eye contact with each section of the crowd.
The only way you made it through the foul harvest was the unshakable conviction. A conviction that better tomorrow was just over the horizon. Perennial Harvest was founded on the conviction that we are that horizon. The festival is a symbol of our commitment to each other.
His voice began to build to a crescendo.
We now walk hand in hand into a future we can shape together. And that is what change is all about. Grabbing the future by the scruff of the neck and making things happen. Change is a choice. I am tickled pink that we will all be making that choice together. How great is that? Just imagine what we can accomplish. What was that?
The crowd began to look around nervously.
Don't worry, a little thunder isn't going to ruin this day. Everyone remain calm.
Mr. Kerr quickly flicked through his note cards.
Where was I? Through all of my travels, I have learned one true thing. One always reaps what they sow. We all have planted a lot of good in this town. And so it was with a happy heart that I can proclaim
He raised his hands up to the heavens.
our harvest awaits. Yeah, saw that one coming, right?
At that moment, a merciless wall of impossibly cold air ripped through the crowd, instantly freezing everyone and everything it touched. For a man like William Kerr, this was a fitting way for things to end. On a stage, with an entire town frozen in rapt attention for the rest of time. The end.
There's that ice again! Whenever I think we're getting close, it comes along and ruins everything. Maybe we should just quit? Maybe you should just close the book, walk away, and never think of me again.
Okay, drama.
No, I don't mean that. We got a little closer this time. We just need to try again. Please.
Okay, fine. But, I will be taking a little break because I don't know if you heard the cat, the giant crash in the back, but he's obviously wanting something. And walking across me with his giant pole legs didn't get it, so he smashed something. So, we're going to take a break before we start the next interrogation. And I'm going to see, and I'm assuming it's food. Let's just be all honest. Mr. Tubba Tubba just wants his food. So I shall be back shortly. game blah blah blah. The blah blah blah. The bear? Meow. Yeah, that. You know, normal stuff. So I still don't know what the cat wants. Sure, he ate food, but he's still over here. So clearly there was something I was missing. Has anyone ever seen those, as seen on TikTok and other social media, where you have little buttons where you teach your dogs, sometimes kitty cats, how to speak and communicate with you? I never, ever want to know what's on this cat's mind, okay? Like, yeah, it's a little, like, frustrating that I didn't get the first thing right away, but I just feel like this dick would be just sitting, you know, on top of a button, just like, feed me, feed me, feed me, all the time. You know, or just like, you suck. I'm bored, I'm bored, I'm bored. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, just, I don't need to know what's on his mind. We're going sly.
They'd run the classic good cop, sly cop interrogation. Luca and Rollo ducked behind a barrel, leaving Beck to her task. With a few crisp snaps, she roused Mr. Tolliver.
What? What's going on here? You're the Modewell girl. Please call me back. Sorry about all this.
Mr. Tolliver looked down and shifted a bit, testing his restraints.
Seems there's been a bit of a mix-up. You see, I'm down here for the same reason you are. Juniper sent you?
Beck caught herself before letting the surprise manifest on her face. She'd already gotten him to reveal his relation to Gran. This was going to be easy.
You know how Juniper is with her precautions. Operation Sparkplug has us all on edge. Guess she thought you needed some backup. But she sent a child? What better way to avoid prying eyes? Who would suspect a kid? I suppose that makes sense.
Mr. Tolliver wriggled a bit in his restraints.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Beck quickly removed the ropes.
That had to be uncomfortable. A little, yeah. But you understand. We never know who to trust in this town.
Mr. Tolliver rubbed the growing knot on his forehead.
Very true. So it turns out we're both here to
Beck twirled her hand, as if to prompt Mr. Tolliver to finish her thought.
destroy the evidence?
Beck shook her head and clicked her tongue.
Yep, the old gal's nothing if not thorough.
Mr. Tolliver let out an amused huff in agreement.
She sure is. Can't blame her, though. If anyone wants to find out what we're going to destroy the source, well, we both know how bad that might be. No one will need know anything once I finish cleaning things up down here.
Beck was on a roll now, playing Mr. Tolliver like a fiddle.
You're sure you can finish this up on your own? Juniper trusted me for a reason. You can leave the rest to me. Good. There is one more loose end I'll work on. Loose end? Oh, it's nothing, really. The other day I had the radio on scan while restocking the candy shelf. And wouldn't you know it, I intercepted an odd phrase in the perennial harvest transmission. Underground secrets. That's ominous. I thought it might be a password, but Juniper dismissed it. Said it wasn't mission critical. What's the password for? We don't know. So we have a password and nowhere to put it. It's gotta mean something, right? Good thinking. You should probably go work that out. I've got this under control. What's a relief? Between you and me in this basement gives me the willies.
Heading for the stairs, Mr. Tolliver hesitated and turned to Beck with a puzzled look. She grinned and gave him a peppy wave. With a shrug, he continued up the stairs, whistling a jaunty tune.
You guys catch that? Sure did. This whole time, Mr. Tolliver's had a candy shelf. But all he ever sells us is apples.
Beck blinked slowly in disappointment.
The password, Rolo. Well, sure, but once things are back to normal, I'll be having a word with Mr. Tolliver about that candy shelf. Fine. In the meantime, I've got an idea.
She turned to the table and began tearing small scraps of paper.
He said he heard a password on the radio. Any good spy transmission is never what it seems.
Beck marked each scrap of paper and leaned back.
We have to just find the hidden meeting. Okay. What's another word for underground? Buried, covered. Could be a cover-up. Maybe it's one of those each letter is a number thingies. So U could be 21, and N could be 14. D would be... Oh. It's an anagram. Nun Creed's drugstore.
Luca and Beck looked at Rolo with amazement.
Rolo, that was incredible. Well, it's either that or Creed's nude rug store. No. Yeah, I think we're right the first time. How did you do that? What can I say? I love ciphers. Well, I guess we know where we go to next. Let's go, folks. You scared me half to death. Sorry. You kids haven't seen Mr. Tolliver around, have you? Nope. It's got me waiting around like the last slice of pie. I swear that man could be late at his own funeral.
The road leading to Beacon Pines was long and a sort of natural barrier for the impatient.
Gotta look cool. Every time I walk past it, I gotta look cool. What were we doing? I can't remember. Oh wait, can I fish anything else out with the new ones? No, that's all the fishing we can do. All right.
Luca wrapped a twig of thyme. Some fish have refined.
Okay. You're late, Augustus. Sorry, sister. Was caught up with work. Work? You? I had a few more details to lock down for the festival. Oh, what do you have to report? What is this Insipid Town Festival really about? I think
Gus looked around nervously.
Mr. Kerr really does just want to do something good for the town. He's actually a pretty nice guy. You should spend some time with him. I didn't pull strings installing you as mayor so that you could make friends. Your job is to help me figure out what Kerr and Perennial Harvest's true intentions are with this town. We have a responsibility. It's our father's town. Excuse me? It was our father's town. He's gone, Eris, and he isn't coming back. Father left us with nothing but problems. Mr. Kerr came here and offered to help us. We accepted that help. We didn't agree to them turning Father's warehouse into a toxic dumping ground. That was just a temporary arrangement. The glow can be seen from our damn backyard. They were dumping their nasty little secrets on us. When this all inevitably goes wrong, who do you think will be blamed?
Eris's cry hung in the air.
We have a new choice to make now, sister. This town is going to change whether we like it or not. We're going to choose to be part of the future, or be forgotten in the past. It's a shame. Father named you Augustus. But you always seem just to be a Gus. Good night, Eris. See you at breakfast tomorrow. I'm gonna go cry. Getting late, children. Sure. Alright, we're going to Nuncrease. Almost forgot. Oh, wait. Knowledge, he spat with a sneer. There exists a gulf between knowing something and being able to do a damn thing about it. I do hate it when the villain makes a good point.
Solomon stood proudly at the entrance to the drugstore, holding a brown bag overflowing with black licorice.
Hey, Solomon. We're looking for Mr. Nuncreate. Is he still in there? Afraid not. Then where did you get the candy from? You might say we have an arrangement.
Solomon shoveled a surprising amount of licorice into his mouth.
Sometimes it's the small pleasures in life. Though we might not always have family to rely on, licorice has never let me down. Well, I can't say licorice would be my first choice. Whatever floats your boat. You can tell a lot about a person by their choice of confection. Yeah, I guess. I like sour gobs. I'm certain you do. I always wondered why Mr. Nuncreate kept licorice in stock. You must eat enough of it to make it worthwhile. There are many ways to earn loyalty. For some, it is easy as cold, hard cash. It's not creepy or anything. Well, he's right, it's locked. There's gotta be more clues. Okay, let's see. Have you ever seen anyone actually use this thing? Besides Mr. Nuncreate? No.
Beck cupped her hands on the glass to peek inside.
That's not a normal phone booth. It's got like a blinky keypad. Why would there be a blinky keypad? Cred's new drugstore. I mean, underground secrets. The password.
Beck flung open the door and they all squeezed in.
Uh-oh. Alright, let's see here.
Luca cracked his knuckles and entered the letters into the keypad.
Sounds like that did something. Great, now what? I guess we...
The inside of the phone booth dropped loose from its shell. Without even the space to panic, they closed their eyes, held their breath, and accepted their fate. Suddenly, the chaotic descent slowed to an effortless landing. It was unclear where they ended up, but at least it was solid ground.
Ooh, new! Excellent.
The air was stagnant and smelled vaguely of chlorine.
I knew it. You knew that there was a secret hub full of strange tubes under the phone booth? Of course I did. Didn't I say that? No. I definitely thought it. Luca, do you remember when I said how cool it would be if the transdimensional conduits from Hank Atomic's issue 12 are real? Well, at one point or another, you've said that about every technology ever discovered in Hank Atomic. That's why I'm such a good predictor. It looks like each of these has something written on them. Mining Operations Alpha. You guys have mines here? Not that I know of. This town is all farms and fertilizer. And a series of tubes. I always say is you can only trust a miner up to the point when they hit gold. Not sure how that wisdom applies in this exact situation. That's the thing about Pa. You don't always recognize what he means until it's too late. Ooh! Perennial Harvest main office. That's where my mom works. What does she do? Science stuff? Is she involved in all of this? You just moved here. How could she be involved? True. Valentine Fertilizer Warehouse. Isn't that where you almost got snatched? Yeah. Why would Perennial Harvest have a tube going into the old Valentine place? This is starting to feel like something big. Starting to? This dude has a broken mask. So we have found our mystery warehouse creeper? At least we found their hazmat suit. If it walks like a nun creed and talks like a nun creed, let's not jump to conclusions. Just saying. There's a lot of buttons. Set aside, Earthlings. I have read enough Hank Atomic to know my way around science tech.
Rollo's hands hovered over the field of blinking buttons.
Eeny, meeny, miny. Rollo, what did you do? Nothing! I didn't even mow yet! What was that? Hide! Where? There's nothing but weird tubes down here. Just get back. Shit. 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 Awesome! You all need to come with me now. We aren't going anywhere with you. Not until you get some answers. Mr. Underground Secrets. I told them it was an absurd password. But they love anything that makes them feel clever. They who? That's no matter. If I can keep you hidden until after the festival, I might be able to save your skins. We don't care about our skins. Hold on now, I like my skin. This all subs now, Nun Creed.
Joseph waited for a moment in silence.
You sound just like him. Who? Walt. You don't get to talk about my dad. You know, your father and I were friends, back before.
He gestured toward the strange tubes.
All of this. That's a lie. It's true. I used to bounce you on my knee. What happened? Same thing that always happens. Reality, complications, life. We were a team, Walt and I. An idealistic doctor and a bright-eyed pharmacist. Both hell-bent on helping folk. So you were his sidekick? No. We were partners. He helped patients and I helped him. Yep, total sidekick.
Nuncreed let out a growl of a sigh.
Look, I need you to know this. I need someone to know this. One day, Sharper Valentine comes to us. He says he's got an opportunity. He found something he didn't quite understand. And he was willing to pay us both handsomely to help him understand it. And my dad said no. Your father and I both believe in helping people. But the thing I could never get him to understand was it's a lot easier to help others if you help yourself now and then. Classic sidekick to villain plotline. Walt loved being righteous almost more than he loved his family. He was wrong about one thing, though. When he begged me not to take Valentine's offer, he said, Joseph, if a person says yes one time to Sharper Valentine, he'll make sure they keep on saying yes to him until the day he's dead and gone.
He shook his head wistfully.
Hey, how's it going? Sharper's long gone, but he's still got me saying yes. Is there any point to the sob story? I don't think there's actually tentacles in this game, and if there are, please don't ruin it for me because you know how much I love my tentacle video games. How's it going? Not really, no. Just an old man trying to delay what needs doing.
Nuncreed took a menacing step towards the children.
I tried to keep you safe. I tried to keep you and Juniper out of this, but you forced my hand.
Luca began to laugh.
What? Oh, look, he's laughing. You really don't know. My Grant isn't out of this. She's been scheming right under your nose. Juniper. Seems like she's planning on crashing the town's party. She's gonna disrupt the festival? Why would she?
The color drained from Nuncreed's face.
Oh, it's super fun. I really like it so far. Now, does she know? How does she know? Apparently, she knows a lot of things. What? Let's just say this isn't the only underground lair we've busted into today. And honestly, hers is way cooler. She's got maps, explosives, big bad intentions, big man.
Nuncreed grabbed Luca by the shoulders. His eyes were frantic.
You need to tell me what she's gonna do right now. She doesn't understand what she's messing with. Tell me now, she's a danger boy. I don't know. She had a map with a mark on the fountain in the water in the town square. The fountain? Well, why would...
A jolt of realization struck Mr. Nuncreed.
She knows about the source. What the heck is the source? She just tries to destroy this source. It could catalyze and... Dear God, she's going to freeze us all. You all need to run. Run where? Away. As far away from this town as you can get. Head west and don't look back. It just gets swooped up. That did not go how I expected. So we're totally following him, right? Totally. See you on the other side. You good? Yep. I love this town.
Chapter 8.
So, the cool thing about this game is that you make choices and then usually you die, but then you come back and you get to make different choices because you get more options. But
The cold, hard truth.
cold hard truth.
Beck leapt up, allowing the suction to yank her into the dark. Dimness eclipsed around her like the shutter of a camera as she seemed to cover great distance in mere moments. Her only points of reference were glints of upcoming turns, which approached with frightening speed, only to carry her gracefully along. She heard the tinny, distant echoes of Rollo's glee. Once she stopped fighting against it, the ride was impossibly smooth. Then, all of a sudden, as if minutes had passed in an instant, light blazed into view. A burst of wintry air snuffed across her face, and she was flung out into the cold.
Well, that explains that. That was intense. Yeah. I think I might have parted with some of my fluids in there. And you were up front, so it blew back on all your friends. Nice way to go. Any idea where we are? Somewhere cold. Doesn't look like it got on any of us. It didn't feel like we traveled that far. So where did it all go? This place sucks. Why would anyone even want to blow something up out here? Only one way to find out, I suppose. We gotta catch up to Nuncreed. I think he went this way. Catch up to Nuncreed. I don't think we can we go this way this time? Alright, but he's not gonna make the same revolution, so let's just keep going. This looks familiar, yeah. Maybe we can clear off the snow. No time, Nuncreed's getting away. Damn it. We're gonna clear off the snow. Can we clear off the snow? Alright, no, we can't clear off the snow. Okay, it's starting to feel really familiar. You know, it should on multiple levels. I might be well versed in all things Beacon Pines, but it does look like some sort of frozen replica of town. Ah, I got it. It's so obvious now. Mr. Nuncreed is an alien. This is always his first Rolo. Stick with me here. His species can only live in sub-zero temperatures. Oh boy, here we go. And the source is their base camp dimension, so naturally they keep it cold. We found it by traveling through a metallic wormholes back there. The final objective, to kill us all and shapeshift into Beacon Pine citizens of their choosing. You never really had me. But you very much lost me there. You get used to it. We should keep moving.
As they rounded the corner to the frozen town square, they spotted Mr. Nuncreed inching cautiously toward a pit at its center. He held his arms out gingerly, as if approaching a beast in the wild. Upon closing the distance, Luca recognized what Nuncreed was after. Gran stood confidently at the edge, one arm outstretched over the abyss. Nearby, a wheelbarrow had been emptied out. She held a lit torch, which flickered in the bitter wind.
Juniper, I don't know what you think you're doing, but I assure you this is not going to solve anything. If you drop that, you've doomed this whole town. Oh, it wasn't me who doomed this town. I've been watching you, Joseph. I know what you've done. You and your co-conspirators. Gran? What's happening? Luca, you and your friends need to leave right this moment.
Mr. Nuncreed turned back toward the kids, desperation in his eyes.
Listen to your grandma, Luca. This is between me and Juniper.
Rollo and Beck held steadfast in awe. Luca approached closer. Mr. Nuncreed spun back toward Gran, his voice growing louder.
You got it all wrong, Juniper. Just hand over that torch. You don't understand what you're doing. How could I possibly trust you to do the right thing? Walt told me everything. He trusted you, and you betrayed that trust. Luca, did you know that this man's entire life is a lie? If it weren't for him, your father might still be alive.
Mr. Nuncreed winced with anguish. His voice hardened.
That's not true.
They both now yelled, not to each other, but at fate itself, making their peace with long-held burdens. The wind howled with encouragement.
Walt was like a brother to me. We just had different ideas about how to affect change. Very confident that your ways happen to be in line with your pockets. Now that's not fair.
They menaced at each other, both catching their breath. The moment balanced on a knife's edge.
Uh-oh, now I have to
Amid
make a
blur
choice.
of emotions and memories. Luca's mind flooded with questions. The wind calmed, as if to give him the stage.
And in the stillness, he began to weep or hum. We're gonna weep first.
And in the stillness, he began to weep. It was all just too much. Falling to his knees, Luca whimpered softly. The tears crystallized as they hit the snow. Gran stared at Luca for a moment with warm sympathy, remembering why this was all necessary.
This'll all make sense soon, Luca. Then everything will go back to normal. I promise.
She stiffened up and brandished the torch at Mr. Nuncreed.
You can hide behind those people. You can't hide behind those people any longer, Joseph. Once their precious source is destroyed, we'll see where their loyalties fall. Juniper, don't.
Ignoring his final plea, Gran flung the torch into the deep.
This is gonna be bad.
She smiled and exhaled in relief. Mr. Nuncreed moaned in resignation. The torch echoed as it ricocheted down the hole, punctuated with a thunderous thud.
You see, Joseph, I've learned one very important lesson in life. If you want things to change, then you must be willing to...
Before Gran could finish, the ground shook her to silence.
Yeah, that happens a lot. Just, so you know.
Gran only had time to spin around and run to Luca. Her attempt to shield him, an honorable but trifling act. Unflinching love, pitted against an unthinking horror. There was no contest. Her warm embrace froze in an instant. That is where they remain, fixed in place, forever. And so, our story ends on this melancholy scene. In a town brought low by its secrets, sits the frozen statues of a misguided band of meddlers. The end. Well, that was dire. On the bright side, we finally figured out where all the ice is coming from. Now, we just need to find a way to deal with a mystic, unfathomable force of nature.
Okay. I think I've got everything. Okay. Yeah, so you start here, and then the more options you get these little guys, the more options you get to do. So let's hum a jaunty tune,
And
shall
in the
we?
stillness, he began to hum. After the death of his father, Luca had trouble sleeping. Each night, his mother would sit at the foot of his bed and hum a gentle melody. It was the only thing that could calm his mind. The only thing that, however briefly, could make it all seem okay. That melody pervaded every memory Luca had of his mother. Shivering in the raw snow, he began to hum it out loud. then lowered the torch, listening closely. As recognition slowly set in, her heart sank. Those countless nights of consolation, the incomparable loss they shared together. She let the torch fall to the snow and sizzle out. A few steps toward Luca was all she could bear before dropping to the snow herself. Through a flood of tears, she began to hum along, note for note. Lifted his head in astonishment. The last time he heard that melody was the last night he saw his mother.
How do you know? I'm so sorry, my little buckaroo. Buckaroo? Only people who call me that are my dad and your mother.
Luca blinked through blurry, watery eyes, trying to see more clearly. He could just make out the impression of a familiar face. He peered across the snowscape at the woman on her knees. Something about her was undeniably his mother, only smaller, older, changed.
Mom? That's right, buckaroo. Mom?
Luca sprinted as fast as he could toward his mother. They held each other close, and the cold retreated from their bodies.
Eleanor? I thought you were, yeah, he's been perving on her the whole time, so this is kind of awkward. Gone? You should have known I would never abandon my son.
Eleanor looked down at Luca, tightening her embrace in an appeal for forgiveness.
How? You're a smart man, Joseph. I thought you have pieced it together by now. You were exposed. Mom, I don't understand any of this. What happened to you? Where did you go? Why did you leave me? I never left you. I was always right here, Luca. Why did you lie to me? It tore me up, Luca, but I did it to keep you safe. I thought that getting answers would help both of us move on. But the more I discovered, the more I realized the danger we were in. Until Perennial Harvest was stopped, it was better if everyone thought I was gone. You could have trusted me. These are bad people, Luca. They won't stop until they get what they want. And they don't care who gets hurt in the process. Then what do? We have to stop them.
Joseph slumped into the cold, wet snow.
They can't be stopped. This is too big. I tried beating them at their own game. I'm done fighting fire with fire.
For the first time in a long time, her voice felt like her own again.
No more lies. I see now that there's a better way to stop Perennial Harvest. The cold, hard truth. Ah, I see. Get it? 'Cause it's all icy and cold.
Luca gazed down at Nuncreed with pity. He looked small. Joseph stared into the snow, as if searching it for answers.
Come on, everyone. We've got a party to crash. Yeah, we'll just leave him here. He's useless anyway. You don't understand. He always wins.
Chapter 9.
Dun 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 dun.
The Devil You Know.
The devil you know.
7 months ago. Eleanor Van Horn crept down the maze of sterile hallways under perennial harvest. She stopped in front of the large steel door marked Deep Engineering. No turning back now. She raised a trembling hand. The stolen keycard worked as promised, and the door buzzed open with mechanical efficiency. She was immediately hit with the smell of disinfectant. It was some sort of laboratory. In one corner was a desk covered in papers. Across the room stood a tall metal pod with hoses protruding from its base. She rushed to the desk and began shifting through the piles of papers. They were experiment reports on something called Tempus Liquamen. There were dozens of them, every one stamped failed. Eleanor heard the sharp echo of footsteps approaching. She was out of time. Her eyes scanned the room, eventually landing on the strange pod. Muttering a curse under her breath, she dashed over and dove inside.
Well, that can't be good. And that is what change is all about. Grabbing the future by the scruff of the neck and making things happen. Change is a choice. And I'm tickled pink that we will all be making that choice together. How great is that? This man's a liar! By the way, see the bunny family in the background? She always has like a baby carriage and she's always pregnant, but I have not seen these other children. I think she's popping them out like one a day at this point. I mean, I know she's a bunny, but this is the first time I've seen them all together, so excuse me? I will not. This town has dangerous secret and perennial harvest only exists to keep it hidden. Nonsense. They picked up the whole damn town and moved it right under our noses. You aren't making any sense, dear.
Mr. Kerr addressed the crowd with a sarcastic tone.
Imagine such a thing. It's absurd and just plain impossible. They proposed they could fix the foul harvest. They told us they would clean this place up. We just had to leave town for a few days. But while they had us evacuated, Mrs. Hartford, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to... You're afraid of a lot of things, aren't you? You sniveling little worm. This is growing tiresome. A little help, please? Don't you all see? This festival's a sham. An excuse to have the whole town gathered in one place. They're planning something awful. I don't know what, but these people are wicked. Don't listen to her. She has absolutely no proof. I am the proof. I am Eleanor Van Horn.
Whispers filtered through the crowd.
Well, aren't you just a sneaky little Dickens? We all knew Valentine's fertilizer was too good to be true. And now the whole town is paying the price. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm so sorry about this disruption. My associates will take this obviously disturbed woman somewhere comfortable. Now that she can get the help she can get the help she needs. She's not the one who's disturbed. You two-timing clown. You all know there's something wrong with this town. It was just easier to look the other way. The truth is... Yeah, dude, that's been the guy the whole time. Who likes black licorice? That's quite enough, Mr. Nuncreed.
Torment dragged on Joseph Nuncreed's face.
Yes, sir. Take them away. No, I want them to see this. Ah, the ever tempestuous Eleanor Van Horn. You've been quite the thorn in my side. Like a weed that's burrowed in where it doesn't belong. I must confess, you look dreadful.
He paused for a moment, plucking a piece of fuzz from his sweater and discarding it to the ground.
Consider yourself in rare company. You've managed to pull one over on me. It won't happen again. I knew you had some sort of plan to disrupt our little party. But alas, I expected something a bit more impressive from it than incoherent rambling. No matter. Your failures are yours to bear. Mr. Kerr? Yes, sir. It's a shame it was cut short, but I thank you for that rousing oratory. I will take it from here. Yes, sir, of course, sir. You have done quality work for me, William. We can look forward to the recompense we agreed upon.
Kerr gave a bow of deference.
Founder, you are most gracious.
Gasps rippled through the crowd.
Thankfully, we can dispense with the formalities from here on out.
Solomon pulled a glass vial from his pocket. In one smooth motion, he downed its contents. A triumphant smile grew across Solomon's lips.
You can call me Sharper Valentine.
His body and face began to contort and expand as he disappeared into a belching green mist. A hushed horror gripped the crowd. This is a story about change.
What? No! Ah, so you didn't see that coming. Good.
Sharper examined his new hands.
Well, this is quite the improvement. Everything looks so much smaller now. Eleanor was right about one thing. The festival was a ruse. I wanted you all to witness my glorious return with your own eyes. Why does everyone look so downtrodden? This is a celebration, people. Maybe it would help if we set the mood. Mr. Kerr, be a dear. Okay, but it was this guy's favorite, like his favorite candy. And I'm like, no 8-year-old's favorite candy is black licorice. And do not say that your favorite licorice at the age of 8 was black licorice. So help me. It was just a little too on the nose. I'm just saying. Mr. Kerr, be a dear and reveal the sign. The Sharper Valentine Festival. How wonderful!
Sharper choked out a crude squawk of a laugh. Frustrated grumbles sprinkled through the crowd.
Sharper, you malicious bastard. Okay, see now you're just being contrary to be contrary. And I understand that because I do the same thing. But don't really black lick of all the candy on the planet in the 90s. You're telling me that black licorice. I knew you grew up in depressing old England and they didn't have good candy there, but listen. There was so much candy in the 90s. Probably stuff that's illegal now because of the level of, sugar content and fake colors that give you cancer. There had to be something else besides black licorice. I refuse to believe it! Sharper, you malicious bastard. Oh, we got a new option. I'm glad you're back so I can tell you to your face. You destroyed this town. We ain't gonna let you get away with it again. Sorry, this is not time for audience participation. Some assistance, Mr. Kerr.
William Kerr gave a subtle nod to the clipboards.
You coward! Does anyone else have something to contribute?
A helpless quiet settled over the crowd.
I thought so. Did you all truly believe you could be free of me? A town of complete and utter fools. You should be celebrating my return. You're clearly lost without me. And that leads me nicely to my children. Daddy? I gave you both the greatest gift a parent can give. The opportunity to prove yourself in my absence. Squandered. To say I'm disappointed would be an understatement. But silence, Augustus. An adult is speaking. I don't know which is worse, a son who is completely hopeless, or a daughter with such potential who inevitably lets me down. Eris, you fail me with admirable consistency. Thank you. Thankfully, I was counting on it this time. Father, I've been wasting time, my dear. What have you accomplished? I was focused on cementing our legacy. Legacy? Who needs a legacy when you can just live forever? But what about... It's alright, kiddo. I'm afraid you suffer from a complete lack of imagination. There's just no helping it. Now then, where is Joseph? You didn't take the opportunity to slip off, did you? Ah, there he is. Everyone should give him a hand. None of this would be possible. None of this would have been possible without Joseph. I think you've said enough. Nonsense! The people deserve to know how helpful and loyal you've been. I only did what I did because he left me no choice. You always had a choice, Joseph. You are simply too weak to take it. No matter, cheer up. You're about to be rich beyond your wildest dreams. You should follow Mr. Kerr's example. When I found him, he was a sorrier state than any of you. An aging actor, desperate to recapture his youth. I knew it! He played his part, and soon he'll be able to play the leading man again. Forever, in fact, if he remains loyal. That goes for all of you. Well, those who haven't already frittered away my goodwill. Beacon Pines is mine again! And I'm willing to share its spoils in exchange for absolute loyalty. Are you saying William Kerr was never in charge of Perennial Harvest? She's my favorite. I love the little baddie girl. I just was so adorable with her little bow tie. Ha! You think that puffed up blatherskite could have accomplished any of this? Done. I suppose it's time for your big exclusive.
Sharper addressed the crowd with indignant pride. He'd planned this moment for so long that now, at the deed's fruition, it almost felt frivolous.
You see, I needed a figurehead to hold things down while I orchestrated my return. Someone to misdirect, lie, and bilk this town for a spell. So I invented William Kerr. Take your bow, you've earned it.
Mr. Kerr flourished a preposterously elaborate bow.
Patrick C. Montesquieu, the thespian extraordinaire, at your service. Founder, I just want to thank you again for this opportunity. It is truly the role of a lifetime. Wait. So this Bill Kerr was Patsy the whole time? Ah, get it, Patsy? Yeah, okay, that's clever. I like you guys. Now that your secret's out in the open, what's to stop this town from rising up against you? Oh, that is the delicious part. Fear. Thanks to our clipboards, I know what each and every person in this town fears most. And I'll make those fears manifest for anyone who steps out of line. The choice is simple. I'm not afraid of you. Aha, the young hero. I've kept a keen eye on you, boy. You and your friends made a habit of disrupting my plans. What a pity if things would have gone a bit differently. You might have had your moment of triumph. But that's fate for you. You can't do this. Oh, but I can. I have won. Never underestimate a great man can do, given time. And now time is my plaything. Perhaps the most expensive thing I've ever bought. But well worth it. Why did the supervillains always insist on monologuing? I mean, come on, just get to the point. Ha!
Sharper coughed up one final laugh and cracked his knuckles.
Enough chit-chat. Let's go get to work, shall we?
And so, Sharper set about remaking the town in his own image.
It is kind of fun. I mean, they spent all this time, all this prep work, and they've gotta do something with it, I guess.
The fertilizer factory soon reopened for business. Sales rose steadily as more and more farmers across the countryside began to swear by its miraculous properties. Beacon Pines became famous. A secretive town that, for the right price, shared its gifts with all. Gifts that became more and more necessary in a world where winters grew longer and longer. The end. This is wrong, but things are becoming clearer now. You can feel it, right? We can't let Sharper win. He might just be the key to this whole thing. Let's see.
Okay, that one probably is the one we need to go to. Yes, okay. There we are. Okay.
There was a malice lurking behind those eyes. Like a trap ready to spring. Luca felt the weight of Nuncreed's hand on his shoulder. Something wasn't right. He didn't know why, but something was telling Luca to get out of there.
I just want this all to be over. Of course. I'm sure it will all work out soon enough. I should get going. I told Roxy I'd check for Rollo at the treehouse.
Luca twisted free of Nuncreed's grasp.
Of course. Luca, you know your dad and I were good friends back in the day. You can come to me with anything. Anything at all. Liar. At least he didn't shove us in the telephone booth this time. Get the hell out of here! Uh-oh, what's this about? The festival decorations are a bit humdrum. Now, if I were to throw a festival, it would be a thing to behold. I agree, this is more than a little sad. It's worse than sad. It's boring. What if we did a little something to spice things up? I'm listening. You know that festival sign waiting to be unveiled? It would be a shame if someone...
The two scurried off, eagerly formulating a plan.
Alright. Let's see if she's reading a new book. Let's see what happens. He looked down and muttered in a gruff voice. Mama always told me my problems would look smaller once I grew up. But my problems always seem to grow right along with me. Heavens, I sense big trouble ahead. Yeah, well, that's a good point. Just gonna look around here. Nothing. Ah! Hey, Luca, what's up? You haven't seen Rolo around recently, have you? He doesn't come around here much. Not since they made the rule that he can only order decaf. Yeah, they should not give that boy caffeine. What was up here again? Oh! I'm talking to my baddie friend. Hello, can we talk to you? You don't want to talk? You're taking a nap? Alright, fine. I want to go in! Fine. Fine. Identify yourself, please. Nellie Moldwill. I work here now. I'm unable to locate you on our staff roll. Oh, I don't officially start until tomorrow. Mr. Kerr said I could come in early tonight and get a few things done. Hold, please. Clearance authorized. Thank you. Our harvest awaits. See, it's like super creepy, right? I don't have to talk to clipboard. That's good. Whoa! You could get a wrench to the noggin sneaking up on a guy like that. Don't scare a man while he's junking, Sonny. Evening, Jeff. Isn't it kind of late to be junking? I might ask. Well, I was asked the same thing of you. Find anything good? Bah, ever since Perennial Harvest moved in, even the junk is trash. You learn a lot about a person by looking at what they throw away. With this bunch, it's all shredded paper and coffee cups. Well, I'd better get going. I didn't see nothing if you didn't see nothing. See what? Exactly. Exactly. Oh. Well, yeah, and our friend has nothing to say either. Okay, fine. Hey, Jetson. Have you seen Roller come this way, by any chance? Afraid not. As elusive as the fish here are in this pond. Yeah, that is a thing. Let's keep going. Rolo?
He aired a long holler into the woods.
Rolo! Rolo, wherever you are, I hope you're okay.
Luca felt his eyes getting heavy and plopped into the beanbag. He conceded to its lumpy embrace.
Just take a nap, just gonna shut my eyes, just whoopsie.
Once again, Luca found himself in a vast black expanse. This time, he knew exactly where to go. He took a single confident step forward. The world flickered and pulsed. He found himself standing in front of the frigid air of a blazing campfire. The source. He plopped down cross-legged and gazed into the cold flame, waiting. Soon enough, the fire began to die out, popping sporadically, until all that was left was a single ember. Luca stood up and dusted himself off. He plucked the glowing ember from the cold ash, examined it, and slid it into his pocket. a keepsake. The voice of his father spoke behind him. "You made me proud, Buckaroo." Luca turned to face him. "Dad, what is this place?" A warm grin grew across his father's face. "A place where everything that has been and everything that could be all wait together." Luca found himself staring at his father's face, trying as hard as he could to memorize every single detail. "Wait? For what?" Another voice spoke out as Luca's doppelganger stepped forward. "That's up to you." Without knowing why, Luca began to weep. Is any of this real? Are you real?" Luca's father bent down to smudge away a tear. "Of course. I'm as real as the part of you that misses me." Luca turned to look at the older version of himself. "And you?" The doppelganger choked back tears. "I'm as real as the part of you that's angry he's gone." Does that make sense? Through his tears, Luca laughed. "I think so." His father pulled him in for an embrace. "Time to go, Buckaroo." Luca was startled from his dream by a banging on the floor.
Are you in there?
A commanding voice rumbled from below. Just as Luca sprang to lock the entry hatch, the door knocked open. Chapter 5. Dangers big and small. Luca stumbled back. He heard the rope ladder creak under significant weight. Keeping his eyes fixed on the hatch, he inched backward to the balcony. As his hand grasped the door handle, Luca froze. A large figure clumsily wriggled up through the hole.
Stop right there. Arl. Sheesh, I know it's dark and all, but I figured you'd recognize me. Wow. They put some little growth juice on him, didn't they? Who are you?
The large figure cocked its head inquisitively.
Stop now or I'll clobber you with a baseball bat. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Take it easy. Luca, you need to get your eyes checked. It's me, Rollo. Nice try, but I know you aren't Rollo. You're like one of his random uncles or something. Where is he? Uncle? Luca, quit messing around. It's me. If it's really you, prove it. Flame in chicken coop, Luca.
Luca's jaw dropped. He peered more closely at the man standing in front of him. Something about him was undeniably Rollo. Only bigger, older, changed.
How? What happened to you? When I was running away, I ran into more people in those yellow suits. They grabbed me and dragged me away. What? Where did they take you? I don't know. They threw a bag over my head. It was cold and it smelled like a swimming pool. I think it was underground, lab or something. They made my hands all big. Look.
Rollo proudly presented his hands to Luca.
Pretty sweet, right? I mean, it wouldn't be my first pick for a superpower. But beggars can't be choosers. Rollo, isn't just your hands. My feet, too? Dang, Pa just made me new shoes. Wait, Luca, why are you so small?
Luca moved to the side and pointed Rollo to his reflection in the balcony window.
What the?
His hands shot up to his face.
Holy Toledo! Rollo, what did they do to you? They made me drink some sort of green crud. Ew. Actually, it wasn't too bad. Kind of tasted like licorice. See? Licorice is evil. I passed out and I woke up like this. And then I sort of smashed open my cage and escaped. Whoa, you smashed open a cage? Kinda. At least I think it did. It was all a bit of a blur. They had you in a cage? Who are these people? I don't know who did this to you, but we're gonna fix it. Fix it? This is awesome! Well, I'm just glad you're safe now. Look, you don't need to worry about me. Sure, I got snatched, but look at it this way. I got snatched. I know where snatched people go. We may finally have a lead on what happened to your family. Maybe you're right, but this all seems dangerous. Danger, ha!
Rollo shadowboxed a few jabs.
I'll take 'em all on. Hey fellas, what's up?
With a yelp, Rollo dove behind Luca.
Ah! Take cover! Did I come at a bad time? Who the heck are you? This is Beck. Sorry, something truly bizarre just happened and I need help. Well, I mean, besides from your hair turning super old, I didn't know where else to go. So you're just hanging out with your large adult friend? Yeah, that does look very creepy, doesn't it? No, this is my buddy Rollo. This is your missing friend? The one and the same. He seems a little old. I'll have you know this is a recent development. What the heck does that mean? Oh, I'm sorry. You're the one who just showed up out of nowhere. So we'll be asking the questions here. That's fair. How did you find us? Your silly little treehouse? I think you mean our silly little mission control? I hate to break it to you, but your secret path isn't so secret. And I could hear your racket like a mile away. See, look at this is why we need to improve security around here. Not now, Rollo. Beck, you said something bizarre happened. Yeah, but
She shot a nervous glance at Rollo.
anything you can say around me, you can say around Rollo. This has been a weird day and all around, hasn't it? Yup.
Beck's eyes narrowed.
Okay, so it all started when I made it back home. My first order of business was to try to salvage my hair. So I did it with some stuff from the chemistry set my mom gave me. Okay. I just need to play it cool and hope no one notices. Notices what? Oh, nothing. I was just... Come over here and let me have a look. Oh, what, honey? What in the hell did you... What in the world did you do to your hair? I just kind of felt like a change. This is going to take forever to grow out. You were the one who said change was a good thing, right? I was talking about your mother's new job. I was thinking about us moving. Oh, I guess he took a lesson to heart.
Ilona tried to put on a smile.
Before I forget, I came up to tell you that Nellie had to go into work. Tonight? Her and Mr. Kerr decided it would be good for her to get some things done before tomorrow. That Kerr guy seems like a grade A creep. Beck! He is! Him and his weird cult of personality. You're not gonna ruin this job for Nellie. It just means too much to her. Oh, I know exactly how much it means to her. It means enough for her to exile her daughter and to this podunk town. This place sucks. These people are weird. You just don't know them yet. It's always cold. We're in the mountains. You'll get used to it. I can't even pick up a single decent radio station. Okay, can I just tell you this conversation she is having with her daughter is almost word for word, except for her supporting. I didn't have two moms, but that's the only difference. But seriously, in 7th grade, so age 12, I got moved to a podunk town in the middle, in the mountains, where it was always cold and everybody was weird. It was worse than that. There weren't any, like, you know, like green globs of goo that people were sucking down to become infinitely young, but, like, there was a lot of meth. So, potato. Anyway, let's see where this goes. And, oh, there was no good radio stations. That's what really made me, like, it was horrible going from Los Angeles with, like, the best radio to, like, Podunk Mountain Town. Oh, God. I blocked out what they played. It wasn't fun. It's all banjo music and four parts. It was banjo music. We didn't have farms, so that was the only difference. Oh my God, but there was so much oh God. You know, I grew up in a town not that different from this one. Is that why you're better at talking to plants than people? Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. First of all, you're grounded. What? In the morning, I'll have Nellie come and see what we can do about fixing your hair. You need to look presentable for the festival, but not another peep.
She sighed, and after a moment, looked down at Beck sympathetically.
I know moving is hard, honey, but that doesn't mean you have to make yourself miserable all the time. I mean, it kind of does. She's in 7th grade. Other people seem to have that covered for me. Oh, and if you decide to rebel by dyeing your hair more,
She flashed a sly grin and tousled Beck's hair.
I'll just shave it off for you. Think of how rebellious you'll look then. Very funny. Thank you. Good night, sweetie. Good night, Mom. Wait. First of all, this town does not suck. I mean, yeah. Second, you need help because you got grounded? No. Sorry you got in trouble. It's my fault your hair got screwed up in the first place. Don't worry about it. I kind of like this look. Great. Can we get back to the story now? This next part is the important bit. I have this radio I upgraded with my mom, and I was too angry to sleep. So I tried to dial it into something worth listening to. Mr. Kerr, are you there? Mr. Kerr? Yes, I'm busy. What is it? Apologies, I have the founder on the line. Patch him through immediately. One moment. Hello, sir. It's so nice to hear from you. Skip the pleasantries. What is your report on our new lead researcher of deep engineering? Nellie Modwell seems to be integrating nicely. At this very moment, she's working to help us meet our deadline. She offered to work overtime before I could even have the chance to suggest it. Excellent. And you have faith that she's capable of finishing the work left by her predecessor? I mean, the one you murdered? Her work has been complete. Her work must be complete before the festival. I will make sure she stays day and night until it's accomplished. Good. You know how I feel about loose ends. Yes, sir. Once she has finished the work, we need to make a determination regarding her long-term prospects in the company. Immediately, sir? I usually have more time to fully bring people into the fold. We are in the endgame, Bill. After your failures with Dr. Prescott, I can't afford to take any risks. Of course, sir. No loose ends, sir. Once she finishes the work, she'll either leave the company completely committed to perennial harvest. I don't know why I cannot say that friggin' word to save my life. Or she won't leave at all. Perfect. Sir, if I might suggest, maybe we should delay just for a bit. Oh? It's just, we seem to be rushing to hit this festival deadline. And rushing into things has caused some issues in the past. I see. Please understand that I just want what's best for you. I'm eternally grateful for all that you've done for me. Bill, I'll make this very clear for you. I brought you in to make things run smoothly, not to have opinions. Of course, sir. Chin up, Bill. You're only a few days away from having everything you've ever dreamed of. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Whoa. Yeah. So, just so we're clear, when they say loose ends, they were talking about murder, right? Like actually killing someone. Capital murder.
Luca gave Rollo a quick elbow to the ribs.
Who is the founder? I'm hoping you guys would know. Nah, as far as we know, Kerr is the top banana at the perennial harvest. He sounded scared of this founder guy. So we have an even topper banana on the field? What the hell is my mom caught up in? Has she talked about the job much? Not really. She said she was going to come in and continue the work of someone she respected. Luca, do you think that body at the warehouse was the person Beck's mom came to replace? That would make sense. Beck, it seemed like Nellie's predecessor got, loose-ended. I'm getting that impression. It's okay, so we have to get to your mom out of there before the festival happens. That's 2 days away. Won't she just come home after work? The creep said on the radio said they were going to hold her until then. So she's not coming out. We gotta go in to get her.
Beck flicked a large sheet of paper out of her pocket and slammed it on the floor.
Maybe this'll help. You have blueprints? Well, it's really just a welcome mat for my mom's PH orientation day. But it shows a layout. Sure, it looks like blueprints to me. Look, here's the reception. And then there's the big room marked the founder's office. Even has the exits marked. Guys. We have a deadline. We have an objective. We have blueprints. Do you realize what this is, right?
Rollo started to wiggle with excitement.
I think we're heisting! Yeah, this is what he's wanted all along. This is officially a heist!
Chapter 6.
I am excited for him as well.
The Heist. They spent the night's end huddled around that small map, formulating a plan to infiltrate the headquarters of Perennial Harvest. It would be no small feat. A modern facility equipped with all manner of technology, not to mention the swarm of clipboards that would most certainly be scattered throughout. By the time the sun began to peek through the car window used as a makeshift balcony door, all were in agreement. This could just work. The
Nice.
final day before the festival would be used to prepare. They'd need to pool every resource at their disposal, pull every favor with a thread. Even enlist some unsavory characters around town with important tasks only they were suited for.
Yes!
Luckily, there was enough ill will and mistrust toward Perennial Harvest that alliances could be found at a bargain. Luca, Beck, and Rollo rubbed their eyes as they exited the treehouse. They hadn't slept at all that night. There was no time. The festival was to begin in 1 day, and they each had their assignments.
Alright, quick recap. Rollo, you're gonna talk to Roxy. Cordially. Without her in Fitz, this whole thing could go bust. Me, Cordial is my middle name. Roxy's his oldest sister, so you know that's gonna go well now that he's bigger than her. And how do you plan to explain your new...
He waved vaguely at Rollo's sizable figure.
circumstance. Bah, she'll be so happy I'm alive, she won't even notice.
Beck snorted an involuntary giggle.
And Beck, you're sure Elona won't just shoot this whole thing down when she hears it? She'll listen. Once she understands the danger Nellie is in, the danger we're all in, the plan will make sense. Okay. That leads me to Jeff and then Iggy. Yes! Iggy gets to make an appearance. How are you going to persuade them? I'll think of something.
They each looked at each other with sleepy confidence and nodded.
Well, Godspeed. Okay, Jeff is a pushover. Iggy and Tish, that's gonna take a little bit. I don't think we can fish anymore. I'm just gonna check. I know it said the whole fishy thing, but let me just see something. Yeah, it's done.
Luca gently baited a feather on. Good for skimming the surface.
That's a dweem whelm. Oh, hey buddy, what's up? No, can't talk to you this time? No, we gotta always stand here and look cool. Yeah, nothing. Nothing has ever happened from standing there, but I stand there every time I get a chance. Where the hell would Jeff be? To be honest with you, I don't know. Obviously not in his grand's house, but just let's check. Jesus, Gran is never home. Yep, Gran is not home. Well, grandmom at this point, you know what I'm saying. Dum 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 dee dee dum dum dee dee dum dum plum plum. Dang. Like nobody's around to talk. Let's see. Wait. She's got to be reading a book. Undaunted, he shook his head. Over? No. Endings are merely a state of mind. This doesn't end until I give up. Wow. I admire the conviction. But can he really pull through? Yeah, no. It's big time. Alright, let's go over here. Batty, you want to talk, Batty? Oh, Batty. You ever wondered why an agricultural company employs an army of survey takers? The clipboards? They say they're just trying to make us happy. Do they want to make us happy? Or they just figure out what makes us happy? An important distinction. That's a good point, Batty. Damn it. No one will talk to me. Alright, fine. Going this way. I guess girl Joffy is this way. Oh, there he is. Hey, Joffy. Hey, Jeff. What can I do for you? Well, I know how much you hate perennial harvest. Hate's a strong word. Oh, sorry, I didn't say it was the wrong word. Oh, gotcha. So we're gonna break into their headquarters, and I thought you might be able to help.
Jeff wheezed out a long snicker.
You see, I knew you kids were all right. Great, so you'll help?
The joy in Jeff's face drained instantly.
Not a chance. But give me one good reason I should risk my hide aiding and abetting you rascals.
Looking into the sullen eyes of his would-be accomplice, Luca blurted out the first word that came to mind.
Okay, we're gonna do every single one. Hide!
Jeff's brow perked up.
What'd you say? Go ahead and hide then.
Sensing some traction, Luca carried on with vigor.
Let a bunch of kids do what you need to be done. We're not afraid.
Jeff's scowl faded with a sigh.
Say what you will about Jeff, but they all do. But you'll never hear him say he hid from nothing.
One good stomp of the foot was all Jeff needed to drive his point home.
What is it you said your kids needed? Some sort of disguise. I've got just the thing. And while we're at it, that crate should come in handy. This ain't gonna be free, you know? I'm thinking 5 bags of sour gobs should cover it. Put it on my tab.
Luca offered out his open hand to seal the deal. With a firm and dusty grip, Jeff reciprocated.
Done. Swing by first thing in the morning. I can go in here. Alright, but no one's got nothing to say to me. Fine, then we'll just keep on going. Never been able to go in there, so that's fine. Ah, just the people I was looking for. Hey, Tish, look who it is. Luca, you here to try to tickle us to death again? Look, just hear me out.
Iggy raised an eyebrow suspiciously.
We're listening. I know we've both been giant bags of shit to each other.
Iggy gave a reluctant shrug.
You're not wrong. But lately, life's been kinda strange, you know?
Iggy considered the point.
Things have been weird around here. So I'm offering a truce and ask for your help. What do you say we... Pull our hostilities for at least now. Pull? We don't pull nothing. We have nothing. Buzz off. Alright, let's try that again. I didn't know we could actually go wrong.
Luca
Let's see
knew
it.
he tried again.
Gonna go with shit?
Iggy gave a reluctant Iggy considered the point.
Take a break in our hostilities for at least for now. We do like breaking things. Even if it's truce means less breaking things. What if I told you there was a way to have a truce and break stuff? Go on. I need you to cause a distraction so I can sneak into Perennial Harvest HQ.
A wild-eyed grin spread across Iggy's face.
My, Luca Van Horn, I'm impressed. And after all is said and done, maybe you and Tish could come hang out at the treehouse sometime.
Iggy glanced over to Tish, who nodded in agreement.
Fine. But not because we want to see your crappy treehouse. We just like to cause chaos.
With a quick nod, Luca was off.
Did you hear that, Tish?
Iggy gazed up at Tish with a smile.
He invited us to hang out at the treehouse.
A single tear ran down Tish's cheek.
I never expected this day to come. How wonderful.
Chapter 7. Into the Hive. A good heist requires preparation, and thorough preparation takes time, something they had precious little of. So far, everything was in order. Jeff, Iggy, and Tish all agreed to do their part. Beck radioed Luca that night with a simple and covert message. "We're locked and loaded on my end." And Rollo, after a lengthy confession, managed to persuade Roxy and Fitz to help. He stowed away in mission control for the night to avoid attracting attention. Rollo, being uniquely suited for the role, would be the first to breach Perennial Harvest. The outfit provided by Jeff wasn't perfect, but a convincing disguise is 10% wardrobe, 90% confidence. Rollo took a few vigorous breaths and shook out his arms.
Just stay calm, Rollo. You can do this. Got your delivery here. A delivery? I don't have anything in my notes about a delivery. One moment. I'm sorry, but there's no delivery scheduled for this morning. Right.
He had to think quick.
That's because this goes directly to the founder. He asked that it be kept secret.
Rollo sighed, adjusting his tool belt.
You know how the founder can be. I suppose we can leave this one off the records. Our harvest awaits and such.
With a stroke of his mustache, Rollo proceeded into the Perennial Harvest headquarters.
Our harvest awaits. Package here for the founder. Oh, I didn't hear anything about... Yeah, it was a need-to-know kind of a thing. I'm right, I'll just
He
check.
stammered and flipped through the pages of his clipboard.
This goes directly to the founder. I don't have time to fill you in. Oh, I see. If you could just complete this
Rollo
form...
interrupted with urgency in his voice.
Every time with the forms. Look, if you want to explain to the founder why I'm late, well, it's your funeral. I'm sorry. What did you say your name was again?
Rollo panicked.
Our harvest awaits. That's a restricted area. Excuse me, sir. Our harvest awaits. Ready to light this candle, Tish? Yup. Suck on this, perennial ham fist. What was that?
The distraction was enough for Rollo to regain his confidence.
Just open the damn door. I got a job to do.
The clipboard fumbled around in a frenzy.
Hey, I should check that on that noise. Oh, come on. Just buzz me in already. Okay. Phew. That was close. Our harvest awaits? Hey, I figure, when in doubt, stick with the classics. Well, that was a close one. But you pulled it off. Nice work, Rollo. Alright, everyone knows what to do? Yep, deep engineering is to the north. I'll go with Beck, in case she needs some muscle. I'll head to the founder's office. You two be safe. That's odd. There's not even any cups for water. Is it already frozen over? That's gross. Oh shit. Is this gonna be a maze thing? Wait, no, go back. This whole place just feels fake. But of all the things, a fake plant? I mean, I gotcha. Yeah, this is definitely... Okay, fine. Follow, probably... Solomon?
Solomon stopped in his tracks.
Luca? What are you doing here? It's a long story. Are you okay?
A veneer of confusion flashed across Solomon's face. His words rushed out dramatically.
No, I am not I'm most certainly not okay. Some strange people grabbed me and... Were they in hazmat suits? Yes, how did you know? They brought me in here and locked me up when they were distracted and I ran. Dang, okay, you should stick with me. We've got a plan.
Solomon's facade briefly faltered.
We? Yeah, Rollo, Beck, and our head of deep engineering. Thank heavens you found me. We've got to get out of here. We can't just leave yet, but they'll catch us again. We've got to do something first. When you were running, did you happen to see a door marked Founder? Founder? Why are you looking for him? I'm not. I just need to get into that office. Now that you mention it, I do think I saw a door that said Founder. It was just down this
Luca
way.
happened to notice a plaque above the door.
Office of the Founder. Knocking comes with consequences. Oh, here it is. So it is. It's pretty lucky that I ran into you, or else I might have missed it. Truly fortunate.
Luca tried the handle.
Locked.
Solomon leaned forward to examine the mechanism.
Regrettably, it seems to be some kind of electric lock. I don't see how we could possibly defeat a lock like that.
Luca smiled and looked at his watch.
Let's just wait a minute. I don't know what sort of funny business you're up to, but I like it.
She mimed a quick hat tip and ambled off with a whistle.
Howdy. Good afternoon.
The light on the keypad changed from red to green.
How did you do that? It's good to have friends. Quick, let's get inside before someone spots us. Sigh.
Luca switched on his walkie-talkie.
Rollo, I'm in. As expected, there's a control panel. Great timing. We're stuck at the locked door marked 24601. We need to get you through. What if someone catches us? We should get out of here. I'm not leaving my friends, Solomon.
On the computer screen, a green cursor blinked in a password field.
Surely you don't have a way to get around the password.
Luca pecked out his best guess: underground secrets. The screen blinked to life. Columns of green numbers glowed on a black background.
How did you just guess that? Oh, it's an absurd password Rollo heard when he was down here before. It's funny how someone arrogant enough to call themselves the Founder uses such a basic password. Oh man, right to his face. Or they were thinking several moves ahead, not expecting anyone to guess something so simple. These villain types always end up outsmarting themselves.
Solomon's jaw clenched into a half smile.
Your powers of deduction are impressive as your luck.
Luca quickly scanned the columns for number 24601.
Rollo, I think this should do it. Bingo, bango, doors open. Luca, you never fail to impress. What is that slippery lout even doing down there? We have a friend whose mom is in trouble. We're here to get her out. I see. I think we're close. The next door is marked 13806.
Once again, Luca scrutinized the numbers on the screen. In that moment of distraction, Solomon reached forward and pressed a large red button.
Maybe this one opens the lock. Crap, we've got company. Luca, must go faster. 1 sec, I think we'll all the
He
noise.
quickly skimmed the screen with his finger.
Here it is. Go, go, go. Curse my fumbling hands. My apologies, Luca. Don't beat yourself up. I know you were just trying to help. The clipboards! Run! Aw, man. No water cups. Rollo! Rollo, are you okay? Rollo, come in.
Mr. Kerr approached with a sneer and spoke into his walkie-talkie.
You can turn off the alarms. They're trapped.
With self-satisfaction, he called into the hallway.
That, my dears, is a dead end. Nowhere to run. Rolo, where are you? Are you okay? Yeah, I think we lost him. Making our way back to Nellie's office. You can do it. Okay, you two rabble-rousers are coming with us. Nope. That's right, kick him. Make a break for it. Did that little shit just kick me? You just don't just stand there after them. Okay, I think that worked. Roxy and Fitz have them on a wild goose chase. I am having trouble following what's happening. Like I said, it's good to have friends. Rolo, how long do you think Roxy can distract them? So, how long can Roxy keep someone so pissed off they can't see straight? Let's just say we've got time. Entering Nellie's office now. Mom! Oh, honey, what did you do to your hair? I thought you'd be happy. I finally used the young chemist lab kit. You still have it now for making me incredibly proud in the most frustrating ways. We need to get you out of here. We? Who is your adult friend? Everyone has a problem with it. I'm not an adult. Ever heard of a growth spurt? I had more of a growth spew. No, that's not possible.
Nellie leaned over to examine his teeth.
Substantial banding on the enamel of the molar is consistent with Tempest liquid. Oh! Is that what you call the gunk they forced me to drink? You drank it? Oh, no. You told me it was only being tested on plants. Oh, Beck, sweetie, I promise I didn't know. Mom, what the hell is going on in this place? I was brought here to work on the discovery of a lifetime. A novel chemical compound was being discovered under Beacon Pines in a wellspring they called the Source. They named it Tempest Liquamine. They pull energy from its surroundings in order to fundamentally alter the matter's relationship to time. It was a secret to Valentine's fertilizer. They harvested the source, infusing small amounts of Tempest liquamine into the product. It worked wonders, drastically accelerating plant growth. Crops would be ready to harvest in a fraction of the time. But it also led to complications. The foul harvest. Perennial harvest came in to clean up the mess, to succeed where Valentine failed. But Tempest liquamine is rebellious. Rebellious? You can think of it as a manifestation of change itself. It's volatile by its very nature. So the more you try to force it to do a specific thing, the more it resists, yes. I can relate to that. So can I, girls, so can I. My role was to finish the work of my predecessor, Dr. Prescott. Harnessing Tempest liquamine to reliably manipulate an organism's age. Just imagine how many people we could feed. Mr. Kerr was very insistent that we achieve a successful result before today's festival. But you didn't, right?
Nellie sighed.
You know how much I love a good puzzle? I poured myself into the problem. It wasn't long until I discovered the oddities in Dr. Prescott's notes. Oddities? They contained obvious errors, mistakes that someone of his reputation would never make. So I fixed them and now I get to replace my entire wardrobe. I am truly sorry. Those clothes were all hand-me-downs anyway. Sounds like Dr. Prescott figured it out, got cold feet, and intentionally sabotaged his own work. I considered that possibility. I've sent a letter asking him to clarify his thinking. Mom, Dr. Prescott is dead. Kerr had him killed. What? I overheard them on the radio about it on the radio. That's why we gotta get you out of here. I just like now. Wait, the vial! finally solved the chemical equation allowing direct control of aging. Mr. Kerr picked it up just before you came. All the more reason we gotta hightail it. Luca, we've got Dr. Moenwell heading your way now. Roger that, be careful. Alright, everything's on track. And what's your plan for escape? We'll go over everything when you get here. In the meantime, maybe we can dig up some more info. Malice 80 proof whiskey. Hard drink for a hard man. Wow, even his alcohols are again.
Solomon muttered inaudibly.
I should just smother you right now. What was that? I said I shouldn't bother you right now. Don't be silly, you don't bother at all. Let's see what else this bad boy has on it. Security system, time card logs, payroll. You know, for being so evil, this guy sure is boring.
Solomon once again muttered under his breath.
Just you wait. Huh? Oh, nothing.
Luca tugged on each of the cabinets.
Dang, this must be the good stuff. They're all locked. Perhaps not as careless as you suspected. I'm really sorry you got dragged into this mess, Solomon. You needn't worry about me. Well, I feel bad either way. We're gonna get you out of this, I promise.
With a subtle, quivering lip, a smile crawled across Solomon's face.
Looks like the founder was helping Kerr plan the festival. Why would such a secretive leader be obsessed with a party? Only time will tell.
Luca held his hand up to the ashtray.
Still warm. He must have been here recently.
They heard the trampling of frantic footsteps from the hallway.
Lock it, lock it, lock it! Locked. That was close. When we left Nellie's office, it was swarming with clipboards. We barely got away. Did they follow you? Rolo. Before we started tossing blame around, it is possible somebody ordered a pizza. No. We'd love to hear your thoughts. Definitely not pizza. What now? Don't look at me. I'm officially retiring from the heisting business. We're so sorry for the inconvenience. We just have a few quick questions. Just let me think. Can someone watch the door? Of course. By the way, look at the picture on the wall where like all the darts are hitting at the sun. Like he's still so angry after all these years. Everyone else huddle up. Oops. Think this little caper has gone on long enough. Solomon, no! Hush now, child. The adults are speaking. Dr. Modewell, a brief reintroduction is in order. We've never actually met in person, but we have corresponded. You see, it was I who hired you. Solomon, the pathetic orphan child. The powerful and enigmatic founder. Sharper, the fallen progenitor who created this town. Perennial harvest, Valentine fertilizer. All connected by a simple thread. Yours truly. But that's...
Her eyes searched the floor in thought. Solomon watched eagerly, waiting for the flicker of epiphany. With a sickened look, she peered into his soul.
Ha, yes, now you've got it. Tempest Liquidium, you discovered how to reverse the process.
Solomon clapped with genuine delight.
Very good, Dr. Modewell. Very good. The discovery wasn't intentional.
Solomon glanced down, examining his youthful form.
And the effects went a little too far for my taste. That's why you needed me to finish Dr. Prescott's work. Which you did admirably. Mr. Kerr, the vial, please.
Kerr presented it with a theatrical twirl of the hand.
May I present to you the eighth wonder of the...
Before he could finish, Rollo snatched the vial from Kerr's palm.
Wow, this stuff sounds pretty valuable. Be careful, you fool! You have no idea what they have in your hand. Actually, we do. You just did a whole evil villain monologue thingy about it.
Rollo casually tossed the vial to Luca.
Gosh, maybe I'll have a taste.
Luca jiggled the vial mockingly.
Seize him! Luca! Over here! Move another inch and I smash it.
She held it tightly behind her back. Solomon sighed, speaking in crisp, measured syllables.
You have no plan. I'll smash it, I swear. Fine, Rick's killing us all. Or if you're lucky, nothing happens, then what? We capture you and grant you much less leniency.
He pursed his lips with feigned sincerity.
But I give you my word, if you hand it over now, none of you will be harmed.
A deep uncertainty washed over Beck.
Don't do it, Beck. You're a smart girl, Beck. But there's no shame in being outwitted by someone smarter than you. We both know there's only one way this ends.
She looked to Nellie shakily. With a dispirited nod, Nellie sighed in defeat. Beck slowly approached Solomon.
That's a good girl. Beck, don't do it. We can't trust that jerk. I'm sorry, he's right.
With apprehension, Beck conceded. Solomon pocketed the vial and brushed off his shoulder with a sharp flick.
Mr. Kerr, you have allowed yourself to be humiliated by a group of children. Report to my office tomorrow for a performance review.
The blood drained from Kerr's face.
Of course, sir. But first, you have a speech to make. Trot out there and give me the introduction I deserve. And don't forget to smile. Yes, sir! And think, all of this thanks to the efforts of Mr. Van Horn. I don't understand. How is this all because of me? Hi, I said Mr. Van Horn, you silly child. Dr. Walt Van Horn. Your father always was a thorn in my side. I offered him an opportunity to be part of something great. But the fool was blinded by righteousness. He even broke into my laboratory in an attempt to sabotage my work.
Solomon shook his head with gratification.
But the universe has a funny way of correcting course. By meddling with forces he didn't understand, Walt showed me its true potential. And as fate would have it, Luca, your father's dying act was to grant me eternal life.
A muffled applause resonated faintly through the walls.
Well, that's my cue. After the festivities and my subsequent ascension, I will return to deal with you all. Until then, I suggest you use this time to reflect on the magnitude of your failure. You three, keep post outside the door. Well, crap. Alright. Is there anything else besides... Okay, we gotta talk to you. We gotta talk to everybody, right? Okay. Hey. I'm sorry, Luca. I did what I had to do. I know. It's just we were so close. I've got a feeling that eventually Solomon will get what's coming to him. Time wounds, all heals. Well, time seems less of an issue for him now.
Nellie was staring at the floor, deep in thought.
Sorry, Luca. Give me a minute to calm my mind. I can't believe Beck sold us out like that. I'm not sure she had any other choice. So what now? What's the plan? I don't have one. Of course you do. You always have a plan. Rollo, you just need some time. Rollo, it's over. We lost. Yep. Mama's got an idea. Luca, there's something you should know. After Mr. Kerr locked me in that office, I had nothing but time and curiosity. I poked around a bit, hoping to find a means of escape, but I found something else. A note, hidden in a false drawer. What sort of a note? Dr. Prescott must have sensed his time at Perennial Harvest was growing short. So he left behind a letter, with the hope that it would be found by his successor. It was a confession of sorts. He left it for me, but its contents... Luca, I think they were meant for you. Why? What did they say? It was about an incident with your mother. Dr. Prescott found her in his lab with the stolen keycard. There was an accident. She had been exposed to extreme amounts of Tempus liquorium. They're just words I can't say.
The color dropped from Luca's face.
She survived. Dr. Prescott decided to help her recover. He no longer trusted Perennial Harvest, so he kept her whereabouts a secret. Over time, your mother led him to reconsider the purpose of scientific discovery. Science is often at the vanguard of change, but that doesn't mean it's always right. He realized that no one should have control over something as powerful as time itself. I now believe that's why he began intentionally sabotaging his own work. And it cost him his life. That is a reasonable conclusion.
Luca was overwhelmed with emotion.
But if she's alive, where has she been? Where is she now?
A sudden explosion sounded from the hull.
Yeah, Mama just
Chapter
blew up
8.
the source again.
Comeuppance. Ears still ringing, Gran picked herself up off the ground. Through the dust and smoke, she looked over to see Mrs. Fratelli helping Hiram Tolliver to his feet. She'd had to beg, borrow, and steal to acquire those explosives. How many nights had she spent visualizing how she'd use them to make things right? And now, her one shot at destroying the source, that damned hole that swallowed so much of her life, was gone. Traded for this jagged hole-in-a-wall and a foolhardy shot at rescuing Rollo. With Fratelli and Tolliver at her side, she stepped through. It was a strange feeling. The last time she'd stalked this maze of hallways, it was in a different body. They quickly rounded a corner to find a group of clipboards guarding a door. Something worth guarding is probably something worth seeing. She leapt forward, brandishing her cane. If her last chance at vengeance for things lost was truly gone, she would just have to fight to keep what she still had.
I like the idea of Grandma just beating the crap out of people with her cane. Gran, what are you doing here? Luca, what are you doing here? We're here to save Nellie. We're here to save Rollo. Hey, Miss Luca Gran. That's all so nice of you. But I'm fine. Oh no, what did they do? Gran, there's no time to explain. We have to go now. Come on, everyone. We've got a party to crash.
They made their way out from deep within Perennial Harvest, just as Solomon finished up his speech.
Thankfully, we can dispose of the formalities once from here on out.
Solomon pulled a glass vial from his...
We've got to stop him.
In one smooth motion, he downed its contents. A triumphant smile grew across Solomon's lips.
No! Well, I guess that's it. We lost. I wouldn't be so sure about that.
With a mischievous look, Beck elbowed Luca. Remember when I had the vial behind my back?
I might have tweaked his wonder potion with a little. Alright, let's find out.
I might have tweaked his wonder potion with a little junk.
Wait till look This is when he drank his own cigar ash. How did ashes get into the vial? It's pretty easy to mess with a vial when it was behind my back. Oh, that's sneaky. Ah, it's a bad habit always. Pa always said bad habits are like 50-yard field goals. Huh? Hard to kick. Ugh. You can call me Sharper
His
Valentine.
body and face began to contort and expand as he disappeared into a belching green mist.
Oof. Well, that's one way to kick a bad habit. They murdered
As the
him!
last of what was once Sharper Valentine wafted into the air, the crowd began to disperse, still numb from what they had just observed. Sharper Valentine was gone for good. His end would be a new beginning for Beacon Pines. A new chance to let go of the things they had lost and grab hold of a new future. The end. Well, I'd be lying if I said that wasn't a bit gratifying. If that feels to you like a good note to end on, I won't stand in your way.
Okay, fine. Let's try Malice. I'm gonna just make sure everything else is good to go. Oh, we didn't do this one either. Oh, that's the one. I see. Weep. Okay. Damn it. Go over. Thank you. Okay. We're gonna do Malice.
I might have tweaked his wonder potion with a little malice.
Malice, a whiskey from his office? Yep, dude had his unfinished glass on his desk. Figured his glow juice could use a little hair of the dog. You can call me Sharper Valentine.
His body and face began to contort and expand as he disappeared into a belching green mist.
Wow, that's what I call 80 proof whiskey. Damn, dude. Oh, I just got Pop Goes the Weasel out with a bang achievement. Freaking awesome. Alright.
The crowd gazed in stunned silence at the now empty stage. The quiet was broken when William Kerr sprinted off stage and into the distance. He was never seen around Beacon Pines, or anywhere else for that matter, again.
Yeah, no
Watching
kidding.
the silhouette of Kerr disappear over the horizon, Luca began to laugh. First, a low chuckle that became uncontrolled, heaving laughter. Through his tears, he was vaguely aware that the crowd had begun to laugh with him. The end. That was unexpected. Perhaps a bit of an absurd ending for my taste, but who am I to say? I'm only writing the damn thing.
Alright, let's go to change, baby. I mean, I figured it was going to be this one, but
I
still.
might have tweaked his wonder potion with a little change.
Like pocket change? Your unlucky penny! Yeah, I plopped it in the file when no one was looking. Oh, I forgot about the unlucky penny. Awesome. What's it gonna do? No idea. That's the beauty of science. Now, we observe. Sharper Valentine.
His body and face began to contort and expand as he disappeared into a belching green mist.
Holy crap, he's a baby! Yeah, but he's still sharper, right? What he was no longer matters. This is an innocent child. I apologize for all the harm my father has caused you.
Eris awkwardly cradled the squirming child. She looked to her brother, her voice shaking with uncertainty.
Augustus, what do we do what Valentines always do. What must be done. I'll hurry home and prepare a crib for father, young Sharper. That would be great help, thank you.
She looked back down at the infant with equal parts kindness and terror in her eyes. With a shake of her head, Eris addressed the crowd with a stern scowl.
Okay, everyone, the show is over. You must leave now. We're not going anywhere. You're the one going.
Epilogue. Beacon Pines' coldest summer on record came and went without much fanfare. Folks shared what they had, and none were left wanting. The new school year was ushered in by the falling leaves of autumn. After everything Luca, Rollo, and Beck had been through, middle school was bearable. The chill of winter didn't seem to bother people much. They kindled a hope for a better future in their hearts. When spring arrived, farmers planted their crops with a sense of joy and optimism. And as the dawn of the first day of summer came again, its light slowly spread through the shallow valley. It crept over the town square, across the river, past the neglected welcome sign, and came to rest on a young boy sleeping at dawn. His mind at peace, knowing he is here for a reason.
Rollo, are you up yet? Roger that. It's a beautiful day at Mission Control. You gonna swing by? Be there in a minute. Check in at Rollo at the treehouse.
Over time, Eleanor began moving Walt's old things out of the closet and into storage. Eleanor had moved back into her bedroom, and now that she wasn't sneaking out late, she even slept there most nights.
Oh wait, she's right there. I walked right past her. Hey, grandmommy. Mom, I'm ready to go now. You go on without me. I'll meet you there. I've got a batch of jam to finish jarring. It's funny. I only started making jam as a way of sending messages without anyone noticing. But now I enjoy it. Go figure. Okay, let's go see Dad one more time. Although he's not there, is he? Oh, they moved it! So smart. Okay, cool. Still allergic. I heard you and Rollo have a big plans for that little treehouse. Yeah, it started getting crowded after we revoked the max capacity one Rollo and one Luca rule. So we decided to expand. At least we got some help with that. How's the internship at Nellie and Iona's shop going? Ilona. It's been great. I'm hoping it helps me get into a school of agriculture upstate. Also, Nellie said she wrote me a letter of recommendation, which would be huge. I just can't help but worry about leaving Rollo. He's grown up so fast, but he's still my little brother. Yeah, he had a heck of a growth spurt. I don't just mean grown. Literally. This morning he was up and finished his chores before I even had breakfast. Well, some of that might be the excitement about the treehouse renovations. Don't tell him this, cause it'll go to his head. But I'm really proud of the little punk. I'm sure he feels the same way, but he's just too dang proud to tell you. I know. It's very cute. Bow, 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 bow. Hey Gus, how's the tree planting going? Couldn't be better. I'm grateful to Ilona and Nellie for letting me help. I just wasn't built to be a mayor. Too much bureaucracy. Gus, we finished cleaning up the sidewalks. What's next?
When Perennial Harvest collapsed, most of the clipboards skipped town. But some stuck around and dedicated themselves to making things right.
Anyone with a knack for art can help paint the new offices. You can count on us. Well, looks like you really found your calling. I've never really felt comfortable telling people what to do. Now this right here. This is something I can be proud of. See, I still feel like the clipboards are either like clones or robots, so you know. How's it napping this morning? Most underrated part of a good nap is the view. And the view's getting greener every day. Nice. I see you decided on a name. Yep. We had to clear out all the old stuff before putting on the final touch. Slow and Dirty Harvest is now official. I like it. It was actually Nellie's idea. There's still a lot of work to do, and the name serves as a reminder. Just because progress is important doesn't mean change should happen fast. In fact, we've learned that the more you care about something, the more important it is to take things slow. Our motto is, go slow and fix things. That's amen to that. I like that. That's very cute. Can I go in there? Alright, we have to... Let me see if we'll... Definitely not dilly-dally. Alright, fine. They won't even let me go. I wanted to see all the people. Say howdy. Hey, howdy! Oh, hey, buddy. What's up? Luca, get this. I managed to reel in an actual fish this morning. Seriously? Yeah, and honest to goodness. Flip-flopping, swim and swam, fish. I don't think I've ever caught an actual fish here. Been at least 7 years since I've caught one. I'd say that's a good omen. What did you do with the fish? Or at least back into the pond. I'm hoping to catch it again tomorrow. A little higher. A little lower. Yep. A little higher. Yep. I'm telling ya, the angle isn't the issue. We need more power to that radio. Luca, there you are. Would you tell him it's not the angle? Hey, I'm not in charge of the antenna redesign. Fine, fine. You just don't do anything drastic until we get back. Who, me? Mm-hmm. Tish, you're in charge while I'm gone. Yup. It'll be fine, right? It'll be fine. If we really want Mission Control to turn into something bigger and better, we have to loosen our grip a bit. Ah, you're right. Lead the way. Check in with Beck at her house. Excellent. Young Mr. Van Horn. How's a little Solomon or Sharper doing? Young Sharper seems to enjoy nature more than I. So we do a lot of strolling these days. I like how he looks super sus, though. He's like, I know what you did, kid. Has he, attempted to crawl out of his crib and plot world domination? Yeah. Thankfully, no. I spoke at length with Dr. Mowell, and she feels that Sharper's infant mind was not developed enough to retain his previous memories. For all intents and purposes, the child is unmolded clay. Let's hope he's nice, a little nicer the second time around. That is the objective, yes. But really, all I can do is try and hope. 2 activities I'm endeavoring to find less distasteful. Well, I think you're doing a great job. And the whole town is ready to help out whenever we can. We can't wait to teach him to throw a baseball.
Eris did her best to ignore the tears welling in her eyes.
That would be acceptable. Alright, can we go up here? Oh, good. One of our friends is back here. Luca, did you want a biscotti? On the house? I don't really have time. Sorrel, you gotta come and see this. I finally did it. I finally pulled the perfect espresso. Aw, Lumi. If I didn't know any better, I would think you were proud of something. Psh, as if. No. It's too late. I know you're officially a person that cares. Alright, we gotta see what book she's reading now. Probably a good ending. He looked to his friends with thankful smile. After everything that could have gone wrong, everything that did go wrong, we made it. The end.
Closing her eyes, Miss Hatch took a deep, relaxing breath.
Did you finally finish the book? Oh, hello, Luca. How are you? Really good, actually. That's wonderful. Did I miss anything? I think you missed pretty much... I think you're pretty much up to speed. Funny. Okay, let's go this way. Oh, wait. Oh, I didn't talk to him. Hold on, come back. Come back. What's today's news that needs knowing? I'll give you tomorrow's headline today. Our old friend, Patrick C. Montesquieu, aka William Kerr, just performed a stirring rendition of the Iceman Cometh at the State Correctional Facility. I heard there wasn't a dry eye in the house. Well, I guess he's got plenty of time to work on his craft. Excellent. Yawn. I'm glad you swung by. More follow-up questions for your story? Nope, I got everything I need. Thanks again for that. I sent a draft of the story to a reporter in Capital City, and they offered me an internship. Of course they did. You're an amazing reporter. I don't know about that. A story about a phony corporation that picked up an entire town of people and moved them to cover up a massive illegal mine shaft full of incredibly hazardous chemicals. It sort of writes itself, if you think about it. Just don't forget us when you become a fancy big reporter. City reporter. Capital City isn't that far away. I'm gonna have to come back from time to time to check in and see what sort of new trouble you've gotten yourself into. Sorry to disappoint, but but my adventuring days are over. Haha, we both know that's not true. What makes you say that? It's called reporter's intuition. Because we're waiting on Beacon Pines 2. Extra boogaloo. Oh, look! The clipboard's over here. Hello.
Luca squinted at the faded photo of him and his mom at the diner.
Oh, I forgot about
Memories
that.
of that day came flooding back.
Oh my god, I gotta speed everybody. Good afternoon, Mr. Achoo! Sorry, these allergies have been killing me. Haven't been able to smell a thing all day. I almost sold Mrs. Hatch a gallon of spoiled milk this morning. Got anything to clear up these darn sinuses? Whatever it takes, I just want to be able to smell again. We're gonna have to guess. Okay. Incendiary pungent, maybe? Maybe it's just a pungent. Not right? I need something spicier, I'm afraid. Okay. Let's try... Incendiary. What's wrong? I like the spicy peppers, but put them on something that will really wake up the senses. Okay. God damn it, this is gonna be a pain in my ass. I'm gonna go with pungent incendiary. See if that works. I call this one a cod for a common cold. Oh, that's spicy. And stinky. I'm sorry, I'll try again. No, you didn't see what this means? I can smell again. Looks like your father isn't the only doctor in the family. All right. Miss Hatch, what can I get you? Oh, I'm not terribly hungry. Something snack-sized should do, if you could. Okay. I forgot I want to get some milkshake, though. That's what's, like, very strange. I'm going to go with adorable. And adorable. I call it the novella. Lovely. Oh, I don't have everybody, though. I have a coupon here for 1 free burger. What'll it be? Well, I have a lot of mouths to feed, so give me the biggest burger you have. They must eat a lot, huh? You have no idea. Okay, by the way, you're giving meat to a rabbit, so, okay. Throw some lettuce on top, obviously, because you're a rabbit. Okay, so we gotta have the, lavish. And the tender. I call it the too much is never enough. That should keep them at bay. Thank you. If this isn't little Luca. Hey, Uncle Nuncreed. How come you haven't been around the house lately? Well, your dad and I had a disagreement is all. How's it going? Has he mentioned me? Not really. He's been really busy lately. Sometimes he doesn't come home from work before bedtime. Is that so? Well, tell him I'm thinking of him. You seem sad. Nonsense. What can I get you for lunch? The matter of the fact is I don't have much of an appetite right now. But Uncle Nuncreed, you gotta eat. I'll make you something special. That'll cheer you up. Adorable, indulgent, tender. I have no freaking idea what to give him. Indulgent, whatever. Sorry, Luca. I can't muster much of an appetite. Hang on. I'll make some things to cheer you up. Ugh, okay, I can't even, like, skip him and go to somebody else. Dang it! Okay. Tender. Black. There's too many options. Okay. Succulent. I don't even know what the hell that's supposed to be. Adorable. We're gonna go with succulent and adorable. I call it cheers looking at you, kid. 1 burger with a good side of vibes. Okay, Luca, you sweet boy.
Mr. Nuncreed reached down and patted Luca's shoulder with an enormous hand.
You've got a lot of your daddy in you, don't you? I guess so. Run along. I'll do my best to clean my plate. Alright, so I kind of guessed things correctly after a while. This just in. Last Chance Diner overrun by gremlins. I'm not a gremlin. I'm Luca.
Mr. Wilder adjusted his monocle jokingly.
I stand corrected. In that case, would you believe I have a craving for a burger? You've come to the right place. Indeed, I have a nice, juicy burger topped with onion. Nice, juicy burger. I'm going to say succulent, probably, right? And onion. There we go. There you go. I call it the Wilder. You know I love good byline. Many thanks. Listen well, child. I'm going to say this once. I require a well-done burger. Got it. Oh, when I say well done, I mean it. Well done, no problem. I fear you aren't grasping my request. I want the burger charred beyond recognition. I want it bitter and black. One burger coming up. Oh, and top it with the most expensive thing you have. It's gotta be caviar. Blah. Why would you want a charred burger with caviar? You know what? That's fine. I mean, that's obviously dead to the world. And here we go. Lavish. May I present? The row, you're burnt. They obviously are a fan of Bob's Burgers for this bit. You know what I'm saying? I can't hardly believe it. You've done well. Mr. Frattinelli has caviar stashed back there? A woman full of surprises. Very well, this will suffice. Alrighty, looks like we've gotten everything we need. Let's get to feeding these folks. I've already fed everyone. You made all the food yourself? What on earth did you put in those burgers? I just used what was laying around. Oh dear, that can't be good. Thanks again, Luca. Best burger I ever ate. Surprisingly competent. Everyone seems happy. You really are a remarkable boy, aren't you? Yay! Yes, chef. Satisfy all customers in the cooking minigame. I did it! Look at me and my achieves. Wait a minute, what's this?
Mrs. Fratelli glowed with a carefree smile.
What, is that your suitcase? That is 2 weeks of unencumbered tranquility. Excuse me? Would you be so kind as to take my order? 2 weeks of sand, margaritas, and forgotten obligations. Excuse me. I'd love to place an order.
Mrs. Fratelli sighed with a zen-like calm.
Just as soon as the lunch rush ends, I'll be a feather on the wind. Going on vacation? The first time in years. And I've got you and your mom to thank. Why is that? She didn't tell you? You two are going to fill in for me at the diner while I'm gone. Just like old times. That's fine, I'll wait. Just like old times. Okay. We got the upbeat jazz music. You know, this is like, it's the end of the world as we know it. Oh, here we go. Wow, back for seconds? If it's not too much trouble. For the longest time, I didn't understand the appeal of ice cream. It serves no purpose, other than to be briefly enjoyed and then it's gone. But it's pretty tasty while it lasts. I'm inclined to agree. Hey, Luca, can you tell Roxy I'll be free in an hour? Sure thing. My dad's making me stock the shelves for the summer. He said it builds character. I think he meant to say it builds calluses. Builds character. Yeah, builds something, all right. Luca, can I interest you in a delicious apple?
He playfully waggled an apple.
No thanks, just saying hello. Well, hello then. Mind telling your mom we need a new crate of jam? Already? It's funny, I used to hide this stuff in the back, terrified that someone would find out about our secret messages. Now everyone wants to get their hands on Eleanor Van Horn's famous spy jam. The famous spy jam!
Over the school year, Kato and Bert had become close friends.
But did you know that when they covered up the source, they found a new species of fungus? Yep, they are studying it in the new lab. Did you know that? Beacon Pines is now the smallest town in the country. Yep, close to the population before Perennial Harvest moved in.
It typically went on like this for quite some time.
I bet it did. I can't believe it's over. Yeah, the town's really starting to turn a new leaf. The town? Let's talk about Hank Atomic. I just finished the last issue. How was it? It's great as always. Hank finally returned to Earth. But I just feel weird how weird can be cool. Just means you're ready for something new. Any suggestions? You could ask Miss Hatch about what she's always reading. She always seems to enjoy it. Maybe I'll do that.
Luca peeked over Piper's shoulder. Laid stealthily inside a large volume of mathematics was the first issue of Hank Atomic.
Piper, are you reading Hank Atomic? Do you mind not telling anyone? I've kind of got a reputation I have to uphold. It's nothing to be ashamed of. Just about every kid in town reads Hank Atomic. Honestly, I'm excited for you. I'm gonna give it to start what I'd give to start over fresh, to experience again for the first time. I guess the downside of finishing something nice. At least now I can enjoy it again through you. Promise to tell me about it as you go. I love doing that with friends. I'm like, what chapter you on? Have you gotten to that chapter yet? And they're just like, what? I'm like, you wait, you'll see. Just wait for that chapter. I can't believe Nuncreed's still around. Hey, Mr. Nuncreed. I'm gonna see my dad in a bit. Did you want to come with? Even after everything you did, you still...
Mr. Nuncreed shook his head.
You really are your father's son, aren't you? I don't think I'm ready for that yet. Well, you're always invited. I bet he'd love to hear from you. I'll visit Walt in my own time. You run along now. Oh my god, look at all the babies!
With perennial harvest gone, the transportation tubes were left unused.
Come one, come all! No one's too big, no one's too small. For Jeff's wild ride.
Well, maybe not completely unused.
Just one piece of candy. For the ride of your life. Who's next? He's obsessed with that candy. Guess what? Yesterday I saw Dionysus Telesis. Is that good? It's great! I haven't spotted one of those in years. At this rate, Beacon Pines is going to become the bug capital of the country. I don't think anything is back. Oh, I don't think anything is back here. Hopefully nothing's back here. We're good. They cleaned up their shit. Excellent. Let's go. We're gonna go see our friend. Oh.
After the foul harvest destroyed their wealth and reputation, the Valentines shuttered off their estate from the rest of town.
Yeah, we already knew that, bro. How's that new information?
The Valentine mansion loomed over every other building in town, both figuratively and literally.
I have news I think you'll enjoy. This morning I unpacked my last box. That sounds like me, actually, again. Like she's been here a year, she finally unpacked. You're officially moved in. It's just a box. Now let's not blow this out of proportion. It sounds an awful like putting down roots. I guess I decided this place is Ruth-worthy. Might be stuck with me for the foreseeable future. I do have to warn you, most years aren't going to be as interesting as this one. I think I'll manage. Ready? Before we go, there's a bit of a surprise. Oh! Mom's prepared this tree especially for you. They didn't have to do that. It wasn't just them. Just about the whole town pitched in. We all owe you. It should do okay in the cold of old Beacon Pines. And thrive as things warm up. That's perfect. When you're ready, take Jeff's wild ride to old Beacon Pines. Alright, well I don't think there's anything else to do, right? mean, that's the one thing about doing all the extra little stuff up front is like, yeah, I talked to everybody already, so I don't really have to do it now. Oh, wait, here we go. Ah, you got it. Now that's a good-looking tree. Been a special occasion, whatnot. This ride's on the house. You're gonna want to hang on tight to that little tree.
I think this is it. The end I've been waiting for. Honestly, I'd begun to lose hope of ever finding it. But then you came along. I don't know exactly how to thank you. It's hard to explain how much this means to me. It's funny, now that our time together is finally ending. I'm at a loss for words. Let's just watch the end together.
Done. A good little tree. The best little tree. Thank you, children. This means a lot. Yeah, thanks for everything. Shucks, I only did what any super awesome best friend buddy would have done. We should probably give you two some alone time now. You good? Yeah, I am. It's been a wild year. How are you feeling? Everyone keeps asking me that. I'm fine, really. Pa always said the one thing fitter than a fiddle is a cello. I'm like a dang cello. Well, if you ever stop feeling like a cello, I'm here for you. You know, you don't have to say it. You two make an awesome pair. Excuse me? We're a trio now. Yep. Thanks. Just one thing missing now that you're part of their group. Missing? Let me tell you a little story about a man named Hank Atomic. Oh, God. I won't be long. We'll be waiting for you back at the phone booth. I found the perfect way to start out our summer. You've got some good friends. I'm proud of you. Your father would be so proud. I know. Mom, can I ask you a question? Did you ever dream about Dad? Not a night goes by that I don't. Are you ever afraid that you're going to forget him? Forget what he looked like? Forget his voice? No, because so much of him lives on in you. He loved that old tree, but I know he would have loved this one more. Because his two favorite people planted it. I'll give you two a moment. Hey, Dad. Dr. Modewell says over the next few years this place should warm up. So you won't have to be so cold for much longer. I think I finally understand why you left that night. There were things you believed in. Big things. Those beliefs were the things that made you you. If you wouldn't have stood up to Sharper, stood up for all that you believe in, you wouldn't have been the same person anymore. You had to go. But that didn't mean you loved us any less. I might not visit you as much as I used to. I know you understand. The end. Close the book. Achievement made. 100% complete achievements. It's not that hard, but it was still, it's always nice when you find the little hidden stuff. And I hope you enjoyed my playthrough and my silliness, my inability to pronounce things. There's a lot of people here on my screen. We're just gonna go through the whole thing. I'm always amazed by people's handles on things they do. You're like, what were they thinking? Hide and spot, fellow traveler. And there is the Bookie Wookie. So yes, thank you so much. We got everything done. Every little part. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Go back! What are you doing? Well, progress will be lost. Heck no. Okay. Well. I think I'm going to call it there. Oh my gosh. Been going for 5 hours and 40 minutes. So yeah. Thank you so much for joining me. And we'll see you again. Maybe... I'm not sure what I'm going to play next. I have like my options up on my Discord. If you want to check them out, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Bye. Thank you so much.